Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'd like to start by sharing our university land acknowledgements and noting that we have a few dozen people who are joining us in cyberspace from elsewhere on a live stream. I'll also encourage those listening online to take this opportunity for mindfulness of the Native and Indigenous histories in the place from which you join us. And if you're outside a settler colonial land, to also consider how all parts of the world are impacted and implicated by the legacies of imperialism. Long before this university was established, the land on which the university now resides was the traditional home of the Haznai Caddo Nation and the Kirkiris, Wichita, and affiliated tribes. We acknowledge this territory once also served as a hunting ground, trade exchange point, and migration route for the Apache, Comanche, Kiowa, and Osage nations. Today, 39 tribal nations dwell in the state of Oklahoma as a result of settler and colonial policies that were designed to assimilate Native people. The University of Oklahoma recognizes the historical connection our university has with its Indigenous community. We acknowledge, honor, and respect the diverse Indigenous peoples connected to this land. We fully recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereign rights of all of Oklahoma's 39 tribal nations. This acknowledgement is aligned with our university's core value of creating a diverse and inclusive community. It is an institutional responsibility to recognize and acknowledge the people, culture, and history that make up our entire OU community. Thank you for joining us today for the 11th Biennial Symposium of the Charles M. Russell Center for the Study of Art of the American West here at the University of Oklahoma. This symposium is supported by the endowment of the Russell Center, which combined a gift from the Nancy Russell Trust with matching funds from the state of Oklahoma. The Russell Center, which many of you visited at breakfast, and this is also where you'll find lunch and our reception, is based in the old faculty club where it was established in 1998 and opened to the public in the fall of 1999. It is dedicated to the pursuit and dissemination of knowledge in the field of art history as it relates to the Western United States. It engages students and the public in developing a better understanding of and appreciation for all makers, art and visual and material culture produced and practices from the 19th century to today, with a focus on Charles M. Russell and his contemporaries at the turn of the century. Thanks are due to our many supporters and champions, including our Friends Group, several of whom join us today, Dean of the Weizenhofer College of the Fine Arts, Mary Margaret Holt, School of Visual Arts Director Pete Frostley, and Fred Jones Jr. Museum Director Thomas Brent Smith. I also thank the longtime director of the Russell Center, Byron Price, who's also with us today, for their warm welcome here at OU, support in this position, and rich academic community. I especially thank the art history faculty and graduate students, particularly those in the Art of the American West track. 3 of these students are generously helping with today's events, though they are all on the eve of their comprehensive exams, which start next week. I'll ask them to wave, and you can feel free to ask them questions about today's events or about their exciting research ongoing related to the Art of the American West. They are Megan Anderson. Can you actually stand up so people can see you? Sorry. Megan is here. Jonathan Hacker, standing on the side, and Olivia Von Gries, who is here next to Megan. Please say hello and thank them. Also, many thanks to my assistant, Sharon Burchett, who is standing in the hallway managing business next to Jonathan, who has been planning this event and its logistics since I picked the theme and invited speakers late last summer. She is also available today to answer any questions you may have. Finally, we have a new undergraduate student worker, Taylor Underwood, who is presently at the registration table, just beginning their employment on this auspicious day, and will be helping us with our YouTube and registrations. So say hello to them as well. Thanks to all who have supported this day, not least our speakers, for their collegiality, shared ideas, and layered inquiries on our topic. Today's theme of Transnational Wests invites us to think about the West less as a place and more as a mobile and fluid concept. How has the idea of the American West been taken up elsewhere in the world? How has the West been shaped in turn by transnational contexts, in feedback loops that draw on perceived mutual characteristics such as ideas of place, culture, rugged or rural identities, or through settler colonialism, to name a few. Historian Patricia Clavin has usefully likened transnationalism to a honeycomb. And I think this is a helpful visual metaphor that highlights transnationalism's focus on interwoven relationships. These relationships include international interactions between nation states and also more discrete dialogues between and among individuals, communities, objects, ideas, perpetually circulating in space and across national boundaries, mingling local and global, micro and macro. While the transnational turn in the humanities and social sciences dates to the 1990s interest in globalization as an episteme, this framework and the questions it raises still propels ongoing scholarship and has expanded with increasing scholars engaging with these questions from around the world. And this affects conversations about the American West in particular. Just to name a few recent texts, Finnish scholar Janne Lahti's book from 2019, The American West and the World, Transnational and Comparative Perspectives, a project by Canadian and French scholars Hervé Mayer and David Roche, their 2022 book, Transnationalism and Imperialism, Endurance of the Global Western Film, and also the book accompanying J.R. Henneman's exhibition, Near East to Far West, Fictions of French and American Colonialism. These texts articulate the continued currency of the transnational in thinking about the global implications of and fluid conversations around the American West. As Lahti puts it, quote, "The West has been a crossroads of the Atlantic and the Pacific worlds, shaped by global spanning structured transformations and multi-directional entanglements." In his 2008 book, The Rhizomatic West, Representing the American West in a Transnational Global Media Age, American Studies scholar Neil Campbell proposed a, quote, "mobile genealogy of Westness, a cultural discourse constructed through both national and transnational mediations of roots and routes, with its territories defined and redefined, deterritorialized, from both inside and outside the United States." This concept of a fungible Westness undergirds today's program. Campbell suggests that to understand the American West, we need to think not only of grids that chart movements, settlements, and power relationships, but also the rhizome, which theorists have embraced as a productive metaphor because of its subterranean tangle of roots and nodes that often move or crop up in surprising, unpredictable, horizontal, and asymmetrical directions. Campbell's framing of the West synthesizes and centers ongoing conversations in interwoven fields like history, art history, literary studies, film and media studies, and cultural studies, which are all seeking to look at multi-directional dialogue, layered constructs of time, suppressed histories, and intermingled cultural identities. The transnational offers a point of access to these types of readings. And today's speakers all bring expertise to the question of transnational Wests from a variety of angles. This morning, we will hear from a practicing photographer and a museum curator about the framing of the West abroad. How is the American West designed in European cinema studios in southern Spain and throughout Wild West reenactors' practice in contemporary Germany? How were the American West and U.S. policies of assimilation towards Native Americans taken up by French military minds in settler colonial projects in French North Africa? How did settler artists in the American West and in North Africa share parallel aesthetic practices? And what were the politics of exoticizing modes of representation? You can read the speakers' formal biographies in the program, which I hope you picked up as you came in, and I will introduce them in turn a little bit more briefly. The talks will be about 45 minutes, with time for discussion after each talk. In the back of your lanyard with your name tag, and we also have a stack on the registration desk, you'll find some brightly colored cards and graphite pencils. And here I invite you to use these if you have questions or comments for a speaker, to please fill out the card as it occurs to you, and deliver it either to me or to one of the graduate students who you saw just before. Olivia will be moderating our questions in the morning session and Megan in the afternoon session. For those of you who are joining us on the YouTube link, your comment feature will be open throughout the day. One of our graduate students and also our undergraduate assistant are monitoring that chat, and they will transmit any questions or comments via the same cards to the live event. So please feel free to join our conversation, even if you are watching from afar. For those of you in the room, just a couple of quick orders of business. The restrooms are located, if you go out the back door or through the side door, it's basically on the other side of the staircase that you came down to get to the auditorium. There are also water fountains there. Also just to note that the exits are the ones at the back of the room. Those are the ideal ones to be using. And again, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me or my wonderful colleagues while you're here. So with all of that said, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Jeremiah Arias, who is a photographer and professor of art at Louisiana State University. I first saw Arias's work in two series that were both from 2012 to 13, one called Fact and Fiction, Imagining the West, and the other was called Staging the West. And these series were displayed at an exhibition at the Columbus Museum in Georgia called The Idea of West. And it was a 2018 exhibition accompanying a masterwork show of Ansel Adams photographs. And Arias's works were paired with Dene photographer Will Wilson's refiguring of Edward Curtis's photographs and David Taylor's photographs of the 276 obelisks marking the US-Mexican border. And I attended a roundtable in which Wilson and Arias and Taylor spoke at length about how their photographic practices were thinking through a kind of concept of West, ideas of location and also kind of distance, as well as cultural identity. And within this exhibition, Arias's large-scale photographic prints surprised me with their explorations of European nostalgic constructions of Western environments. Many of the scenes seem at first fully transportive to an old frontier, but Arias lays bare the complex blurring of fantasy and purported reality through these projects. So I'm excited that he's here to share them with you. Further, he explores the unease and fraught attempts to embody fantasies of Western histories through reenactment. And these are themes that we'll hear continue in Arias's subsequent projects, which engage themes of myth, region, and identity. Please join me in welcome Arias for his discussion of Staging the West. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Heck yeah. So before I begin, I just want to thank Emily so much for having me here. And I'm in such good company. I really enjoyed meeting my colleagues, and I'm anxious to share this work with you. And so I just want to point out that the real content of what I have to share with you today is going to be in the photographs. And so I just want to really invite a close reading of what we're looking at. And the photographs are really an exploration of the West as both a physical space and a terrain for the imagination. And so on the right here is a photograph that I just found about 2 weeks ago. I was back in my hometown of Great Bend, Kansas. And a friend of mine had purchased the local photo studio, which had been a photography studio for at least 3 generations on the main street of the town. And so she had recently acquired this and was looking through some of the archives in that space and had found this glass plate negative of these covered wagons coming over the Arkansas River into Great Bend, into my hometown. And it's going to be a little hard to see, but there are teepees along the banks of the river in the background on each side. And so I was thrilled to find this, that she shared this photograph with me. And then on the other side is a postcard. It's a postcard that I found, and I collect a lot of ephemera of the West. And in this postcard, it says, "Where the West begins." And I I like this image because I've been all over the state of Kansas, and I've yet to find a place where I could stand and see the mountains in the background. And this sort of mix of fact and fantasy is really at the heart of my work as an artist. And so I'm going to show a series of projects that investigate this mythology of the American West. And I want to start in Tucumcari. And this is a community where over the course of a decade, I visited, and it's in New Mexico. I visited this town annually to photograph the community, its residents, and the surrounding landscape. So I began photographing around the time of the town's centennial, and this is about 2006, and during the Great Recession in the country. And so I was going to this town often multiple times a year, again, over the course of a decade, just really concentrating on this place. And many of the people that I met reminded me of characters out of a John Steinbeck 1939 Grapes of Wrath. And in the novel, these characters, the Jodes, they have been struggling during the Great Depression. And many of these citizens that I had met felt left out of a changing economy and really sort of swept aside by forces largely beyond their control. And this 1872 painting, American Progress, by John Gass, this angelic figure with long blonde hair appears to float across the American interior landscape. She's draped in this flowing white gown, a telegraph wire in one hand, a book in the other. And you see the East Coast on the right and these snow-capped mountains on the west. And she seems to be floating over the interior of the United States. And I like to think that she was dragging her big toe right across Kansas. Looks like that first photograph I'd found a couple weeks ago from Great Bend. And this visualization of manifest destiny, and this is the belief that man, and let's be clear, is white, the Anglo-Christian man, have the God-given right and duty to expand the American empire. And so this conquest came at an expense I feel our country has yet to fully reckon with. My photographs question, what has been the totality of 150 years of progress? As the three major economic engines of Tucumcari closed, leaving a quarter of the population below the national poverty level, this town once occupied an important stop, both geographically and our collective imagination, seemed to be disappearing. So I say important stop geographically. It was a point where it's a long ways to get to another town. So any person traveling west on the first Transnational highway was likely to stop in Tucumcari. They were going to get gas, they were maybe going to get some food, maybe change the tires if need be. You would stop there. And it made its way into pop culture. It made its way into a number of songs, my favorite being the Linda Ronstadt's Willing. But it's a town that was really popular, and here I found it seeming to be disappearing. So I intend this work to be both a lyric, a document, speaking both to the particulars of the town and broader issues felt across the country during the Great Recession. And though localized in my photographs, these issues speak to larger national conversations that have only gained urgency since, such as the rural and urban divide in the country, the sustainability of small towns and the modern global economy, of increased automation, outsourcing, and now AI. And these images reveal this distinctly American place, caught between a vanishing past and an uncertain future. So while I was working in Tucumcari, a friend pointed out that the town was featured in the opening scene of a Sergio Leone film for a few dollars more. And here is a film poster, and so it's going to be a little hard to see this, but that plank of wood sort of stretching towards the railroad tracks, that's the town name. It says Tucumcari across there. And so I became interested, what is this space? Because I knew he wasn't filming in New Mexico, and I learned that these movies were being filmed in southern Spain and in the Almira province. And these movies, you're probably aware, they featured a European cast with the exception of an American, Clint Eastwood, largely unknown at the time. And so these are what I'm sort of thinking about. And in 2012 and 2013, I made brief trips to Almira to photograph this desert landscape. I was surprised to find 3 former film studios that remain in the Tabernas Desert. In addition to photographing these sets and various locations used for films, I went into bars and brothels and surrounding communities which were also feeling the effects of the Great Recession. And I wanted to make photographs that were evocative of a modern-day Western, that would challenge a viewer's ability to discern the boundaries between fact and fiction. And this photograph of a noose was made at an abandoned construction site. So I was surprised when I was there. You know, this is a community that was really dealing with a lot of the economic effects that I had been witnessing here in the United States that I was photographing. I just came across this. It was a large construction site that had clearly been abandoned for a long period of time. There were some sort of homeless encampments in there, and this was hanging. And then this small image on the right is Sergio Leone filming a scene for one of his films with a man being hung. So I'm drawn to these Western films, both new and old, and the first narrative film, the 1903 Great Train Robbery, produced by Thomas Edison, was a Western. And since that first film, the genre has remained immensely popular. The Power of the Dog, a well-regarded film from just a couple of years ago. I'm thinking about what else is on our screens. Well, Yellowstone is one of the most popular programs on television today. Another show that I like is the HBO's Westworld, where we find characters living out their fantasies in the sort of simulated Wild West. A West that doesn't look so different than the Tabernas Desert, where these photographs were made. These stories on the silver screen and in the pages of comics and novels have helped shape our national identity and have had a global reach. And I'm curious to know what these stories have to say about who we are as a country, how other nations see us, and how they inform the way Americans see themselves. And so here on the left is a picture of my mother, who's a little cowgirl, on the farm in Kansas where she grew up. And on the other side is a picture of me, a generation later, standing on that same family farm. And so I was surprised to learn the mythology of the American West wasn't only popular in our country, but has been surprisingly popular abroad. And I found this 1940s comic book, The Kansas Kid, in a street market in Rome. Of course, I had to buy it. It's The Kansas Kid. That's me. That's me, Kansas Kid. And so such publications were created across Europe, and I began collecting those a long time ago, and these are just a couple from my collection. I have several more issues of The Kansas Kid, but there's also this comic book from Norway, The Cowboy from 1958, and then probably the earliest publication that I have is a French publication of Buffalo Bill from 1900. At this intersection of history and entertainment, These stories tell us something about who we were, who we are, and who we wish to be. The summers I was in Spain, I also was photographing in Germany, and a colleague of mine at LSU, a German art historian, told me about his nation's interest in the Old West. And what I found there was even more perplexing and even a little unsettling. There are two distinct subcultures, one of hobbyists and one of performers, that gather in the summers. The hobbyists strive for realistic portrayals, making their own period-specific costumes and reenacting native customs to the best of their knowledge. Gathering in the Black Forests, some spend summer months living in teepees, striving for an authentic experience. And the other subculture is one of actors who perform Western dramas in open-air theaters. Open-air theaters that are all over the country. I would ask if anyone knows who this is, but considering where we are at, I suspect everybody will recognize that this is Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill, I'm going to connect this back to Kansas, spent part of his childhood in Kansas, in Leavenworth. He was a soldier, buffalo hunter, a scout, showman, and notably the world's first international celebrity. And before the frontier was even settled, he created a traveling show featuring romanticized tales of the American West, which included casts of indigenous Americans whom he recruited for reenactments of famous battles, often battles that they themselves had fought in. He toured first in the United States, and then he took his Wild West show abroad. In 1890, Karl May, a German author and a little bit of a huckster, reportedly saw the show and thereafter fashioned himself off the famous frontiersman, complete with a fringed buckskin jacket and wide-brimmed hat. His stories were written as if they were first-hand accounts of life on the American frontier. And the books went on to sell over 2 million copies. They were immensely popular in his day. They remain immensely popular today when I'm in Germany. Pretty much every, at least guy that I've talked to has read these growing up. And so I attended nearly a dozen performances, and though I never understood the dialogue, I don't speak German, the themes were very easily understood. And there was one critical twist from the sort of, quote, cowboy and Indian narrative most Americans would recognize, and that's that the cowboys were seen as villains representing modernity and depression, and the Indians, portrayed as noble, uncorrupted by modern civilization, are the heroes. And what I witnessed was just confounding, because again, this was all over Germany that I was traveling. And I was wondering about the origins of this fascination many Germans had with indigenous peoples. Their affinity seemed to suggest a brotherhood and a shared loss with the natural world. Yet I was conflicted when I considered the parallels to the historic treatment of Native Americans in the United States to the Jewish experience in 20th century Germany. I wondered what it meant that Germans identified with the victims of our systematic genocide of Native peoples. And I would later learn that Hitler was such a fan of May's books that he had a special edition printed that he distributed to his generals during World War II. And the largest of these theaters is in Bad Segelberg and seats 10,000 people, with room for another 4,000 people to stand. And this stadium was originally built by the Third Reich for Nazi rallies, but since 1952 has been used for the annual performances. I should note that these were sold-out performances pretty much every day, every weekend when they're performed. And these stadiums were full in every stadium that I visited across Germany. And so I was also thinking about how the United States continues to capitalize on the language of the Old West. From the movie star cowboy President Ronald Reagan to George W. Bush to Donald Trump, the rhetoric of Manifest Destiny has often cloaked political language as leaders summon images of the Old West to promote public policy. Bush regularly strode around his Texas ranch and reduced complex geopolitical issues into language indicative of Western cinema, perhaps best exemplified in his Axis of Evil speech, where he announced to the world, "You're either with us or against us." And so, as I was there, I was just really shocked, and I was really just surprised by this depth of Germans' affinity for these First Nations people and the longevity of these reenactments of the West. When I was photographing, I was in Munich and happened across a museum exhibition honoring the 100th anniversary of the Munich Cowboy Club. And this is a show that contained photographs of Germans dressed as sort of cowboys and Indians from the early 1900s. Some of you may be aware of the photographs by Andrea Robin and Max Becher in the late 90s, and their images depict the German hobbyists who strove to be authentic in their often private reenactments. And I was interested in this other subculture, this more overt public performance, this spectacle. And in my images, I'm including props and stage sets that complete the spectator's Western experience. Though few contextual clues are given to set the scenes in either time or place. Each summer, thousands of Germans carry on this tradition, propagating their own mythology of the American West. So I'm interested in the scope of portrayals of the Old West and the sensational interest they generate with viewers. Just some historical reference. In 1839, portraits by George Catlin traveled across the Atlantic to be displayed in European capitals. But I'm also interested in contemporary artists whose works consider how competing interests and beliefs, such as those portrayed in Germany, have been projected on to the American West. And this was a show at the Des Moines Arts Center. It was a very large exhibition. I'm recognizing these titles might be a little small for you guys to read, but Monument Valley and the idea of the West that was mentioned in the introduction at the Columbus Art Museum are just two examples of exhibitions that have featured my photographs along with other contemporary artists wrestling with these themes. It's difficult to untangle fact from fiction and representations past and present. By revealing the facade in these photographs, I hope to bring scrutiny to stories of the American West. But I also began to wonder who has been left out of the narratives of the West. And this is going to bring me to my next project, and this is Louisiana Trail Riders. With these images of Creole cowboys, which I began about almost 10 years ago, I'm foregrounding an authentic history, though one which many people may be unfamiliar. And these clubs gather each weekend in southwest Louisiana to ride horses. Growing up in Kansas, I had a particular image of a cowboy shaped by popular culture. They were gruff, serious, they were white, and they were situated in the West. The trail riders in Louisiana are a stark contrast to most depictions of cowboys, But I would later learn that this specific Black equestrian tradition stems from a time when Louisiana Territory was in fact the American West. During the 17th and 18th centuries, west of the Mississippi, and the prairie grasslands divided by water in southwest Louisiana, horsemanship became a way of life for people of color and who worked the land there, both enslaved and free, whose descendants make up the Creole population. These present-day trail rides are an outgrowth of those earlier practices, which predate the hired hands who drove cattle in the mid to late 1800s and gave rise to the American archetypal figure, the cowboy. Yet, they had been made invisible in this American landscape of opportunity. Though rarely acknowledged, many of the men that drove cattle in the West were Black. Estimates of people of color on the trail range from 25% to as many as 60%. And many were freed slaves who had come west with experience riding and working horses from plantations in the South. For many riders, the horse is still associated with freedom, independence, and respect. Today, riders have a strong affiliation with their Creole roots, the French ethnic heritage, as well as a connection to the experience of Black American life. One thing I just want to point out with this work is when I was photographing these, you would hear Zydeco music. And Zydeco music was just integral to what we see here. Along with the procession would be either a DJ, maybe in the back of a pickup truck or pulled along in a trailer with high concert-sized speakers playing Zydeco music. And occasionally I would see live bands in motion on these trailers playing Zydeco music. And Zydeco music, and a talk that I would give just of this work, I would play a sample of it, but its rhythm is the beat of horses. It's the movement. And it's often sung in this French Creole language. But today, contemporary artists are mixing it with sounds like hip hop. And so when I play this for an audience, it's unlike anything most people have ever heard before. And it's really remarkable. And so I just need to pinpoint that because, of course, in the photographs we can't hear this. But this is an ongoing soundtrack. And so I embarked on this project at the time of the 50th anniversary of many of the achievements of the civil rights era, and in the wake of the Trayvon Martin killing, when violence and indifference to young Black lives was brought to the national spotlight in incidences across the country, from Ferguson, Missouri, to my home in Baton Rouge following the murder of Alton Sterling in 2016, just about 2 miles from my house, and just a long list of names since. And so in this context of this national backdrop, my photographs depict joy, pride, and family intimacy. The riders are often wearing clothing to announce their club names. I'm just going to read some of these. The Desperados, the Buffalo Soldiers, the Last of a Dying Breed, the Stepping in Style Riding Club. Names that often combine a pride of place and a nod to popular Western iconography and contemporary Black culture. The Country Bunnies, the Good Old Boys, the Ride or Die Riders, the Bayou Boys. And I noted over 100 riding clubs in the 4 years I was making these photographs. Huge, huge culture. Completely unknown to me until I stumbled across it by chance. The names read like poetry and evoke the trail riding culture I've tried to capture in the photographs. And I hope that these images can be in service of new narratives that celebrate the complexity of the America we live in today. In exhibition, the photographs are printed 20 by 30 and 30 by 45 inches, which is a scale that brings many of the details to life size. And the images are hung along a horizontal axis to echo the procession of a trail ride. And a monograph of the work was published in 2018, which I do have a few copies of. If anybody wants to find me later, I'll share that with you. And in closing, I just want to share a current project that I'm working on titled The Talking, Hard Traveling Battleground Blues. Some of these images are white. I'm not sure why. I just want to point out a couple of details that, again, might escape you at this size. On the far right side of the frame is a water tower, kind of like the water tower you might see in any typical small town with maybe the town name across it. This one is going into Tucson, Arizona, and it just says Trump. And it's in kind of a residential neighborhood on the outskirts of town, and rather, I'd say, an economically challenged neighborhood for the most part. And so to see this like brand new water tower in this context especially was just really surprising. And so just prior to the 2020 presidential election is when I started making the photographs. And they're primarily being done in the battleground states, or the swing states of the country. So I was traveling to Wisconsin and Michigan and Iowa and out west to Arizona and Texas and all over the country. The resulting images are a visual testament to the intensity of this era and the uncertainty of the future of our democracy. This image on the left I just made about a week and a half ago. I haven't even gotten to rest on it. I haven't even gotten to really process it yet. But I like the connection to the music that I'm making. And this on the other side is a Memorial Day edition of the newspaper being printed. And so we're seeing that aluminum plate and a printing press here. It's a time when the country is in distress. A time when narratives of good and evil seem to offer simple solutions, when history is attempting to be erased, manipulated, or romanticized to support ideologies often at odds with their outcomes. My work has been an invitation to critically consider our historical narratives, and now that we find that very questioning under attack in our schools and our state houses. The subjects for this work are very wide-ranging, but a couple of things that I've latched onto that I have photographed over in each place I go are election campaign headquarters. And so this is an actual photograph made just 2 days before the presidential election. I was in McAllen, Texas, there for a political speech Kamala Harris was giving, but really just to photograph all along the border. And on the last moment before going back to Louisiana, I stopped into the campaign office, which I guess they had a party the night before, I'm not sure, but Trump was lying there as a little telling of what would happen just 2 days later. Another subject that I've come to focus on in this project are newspaper offices. And for a related project, I am releasing a newspaper-style publication this year that will feature photographs from 125 Kansas newspaper offices made over the last 2 years. And its working title is The Fourth Estate, the Kansas Press in the Heart of America. And so I hope to continue to ask questions with the work, questions about these historical narratives, storytelling, democracy, and the construct of American identity. So thank you for your attention, and I want to invite any questions that you might have. This is also made from a newspaper office in Texas. Yeah.
Okay, so I am moderating, as Emily said, so if you have any questions as they occur to you, just flag me down or someone, and I can read them off. So I have a few here, and thank you, Jeremiah, for that talk. It was wonderful. I think just to begin, I have a question for you about your subjects.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you're not fluent in German or have a a background in German.
Yeah.
How did you approach these hobbyists and performers and get them involved in your project?
Well, I might not speak German, but almost everybody I met does speak English. So that certainly made things a lot easier, and that was both in Germany and in Spain. Occasionally I'll be in circumstances where there is a language barrier, and I just try to make clear that I want to photograph them. I always seek some sort of agreement. I'm not photographing anybody in a context that they don't know they're getting their image made. I'm not doing that. So I'm getting permission in some sort, whether it just be a nod, like I'll hold up the camera, and they'll nod yes, and I'll continue. And so it's a fluid process.
Do you find that people ask you if you're just taking photographs kind of recreationally or if it is for a larger project?
Sure. I mean, people are always wondering when in the world would I want to do with a photograph of them. And I understand that. I don't like to be photographed. Occasionally I've been asked to be photographed, and I don't love it. But what's surprising to me is actually very few people have ever declined. And in Germany, I ran into a little friction, but it wasn't so much about people not wanting to be photographed. It's that this was their livelihood. They were stars. Like some of these people at the higher end that were performing, like in Bad Ziegelberg, they were like the movie stars of that time. And so it's like they didn't want to just give their image over to an American because, like, probably a film star here might want to very much control their image. And so that was the only friction that I received. And I'll say that when I was there, I first gained an international press pass to get access to the first place that I had photographed, which was a festival. And I got that, so I had a little bit of an in that way, and I thought, here I am in this imaginary world of the West. In the nighttime, there was a country western band, which I think was from the U.S. There was a line dance, and I thought I was just going to fit in perfectly. I was like, I wore my nicest pearl snap shirt, and I am there, and they could not care less about me because I wasn't in their Western mythology. They didn't care. And so that was like an interesting place. And then in some places like Bad Ziegelberg, I had to really, really try to get access. And so I basically just kept showing up and saying like, hey, I'm here. I'll come again for another show, but can I make some photographs? While other places were pretty low key, pretty small, kind of homespun type stages, and there wasn't really any issue with me navigating those spaces.
That's really fascinating. And on a related note, we have a question here about how you choose between shooting in black and white versus color.
Yeah. Well, and so it's also one of the reasons why I wanted this sort of cyclical thing with the talk today, because color is really the majority of the works that I make, and the black and white was determined by a number of things. Well, first off, I was making these photographs abroad, and I had a smaller amount of equipment that I could take. I needed to be mobile. I was essentially traveling by train or by these little regional flights, and so I couldn't take the gear that I would typically take with me in the back of my car here, so I had a smaller frame camera. It's also an aspect ratio like a 35 millimeter camera, and I was often capturing motion, so it's really ideal for that because I could sort of put people on either sides of the frame and kind of really make these compositions that dynamically would encourage a viewer to move across the scene and sort of evoke the emotion or the motion that they were seeing. Whereas in the color photographs, they're often very different. I'm making those almost entirely on a tripod, and so they're very still. I was photographing in Tucumcari in a place that, again, just was a very still environment, and so things were more situated to the center. They were more static. They had, I wanted them to have a quiet to them. And that's also the case with the new photographs. So, but those are format changes. Your question was about black and white. So I had learned about the hobbyist photographs, and I showed that one image of, and they were in color. So I was like, okay, I need to differentiate what I'm doing from what has already been done. One way to do that is through a formal change. Another was through a focus on really a completely different subculture within that, and that was the spectacle of these performances. And so black and white became a way to do that, but it was also a way to kind of suspend time to a certain degree. So when a viewer looked at the photographs, I wanted it not to be clear necessarily when a photograph was made or where it was made. And so it was really fun in the exhibition at the Columbus Museum to, I visited there one time, and just to be in the galleries when people would be looking at the work and sort of eventually realize by about the fourth or fifth photograph that what they were seeing was abroad. And just the shock and surprise of that was really nice. And so they have a way to sort of suspend a viewer's attention. And then when I carried that over to the trail riders in Louisiana, I wanted just a visual continuity between those projects. But I was also thinking that the little bit of color that I would see at the beginning and the end of the trail rides, they wore these fluorescent colored vests, so the oncoming cars could see them. And it was kind of a garish color. It didn't look particularly good in photographs. Black and white felt like a really good option then. It also had this effect of, kind of suspending time, but I would also provide details in the photographs that might give a viewer a sense of the time and place. So in this photograph, this is a guy named Homer in the center of the frame, and you're not going to be able to see this from your seats, but he's got on a pair of Apple earbuds with the string, which were just so indicative of that time. And it's a timestamp. And so I don't want to trick a viewer into thinking they're old. I want to give these contemporary clues, but I want to create a suspension of disbelief about when they might be made. So.
Thank you for explaining that. And while we have this slide up here with the Louisiana Trail Riders, we have another question that is, when you exhibited the Louisiana photos, was there an event where the riders were invited to participate and speak about their experiences?
That has been such an important part of the project for me. So yes, and we've had a number of events. And so the first time I exhibited this work was 2016. I was a little more than halfway done with it, but it already had a pretty large group of images. And so I was asked to visit and give a talk about the work. And it was always important for me to understand both the limitations of what I had as an artist to contribute to the dialogue, and what most people wanted to know was about the experiences, what the life experiences were of these riders. And so I had asked those institutions, hey, in addition to bringing me up, would you be able to bring up one or two folks from this culture? And so a couple museum exhibitions we had would be with both me as the photographer, able to talk about my motivations, my reasoning, my images, but for them to really be able to talk about their culture and how this sort of lives and gets passed down through the generations. And there's been, 3 or 4 programs like that we've done, and so that has been an important aspect of it to me. And it's so fun. And also, I'd say one of the last shows that I did of this, it was sort of back in Louisiana. And this is what I had wanted to do for a very long time, which was organize a trail ride that would end at the museum, because I was living in Louisiana for a number of years. I had no idea this existed. But this is huge, and most of the people that I knew didn't know about this either. I was like, well, let's make this really visible. Let's do a ride that would end at the museum, have a party with Zydeco bands playing outside in the street. And I was really glad that that got realized. And so I was like, how are we going to get the riders involved? How are we going to get them? And there was so much response so early that we had to limit it to 2 riders per club. We capped it at 150 riders, which were signed up for almost immediately. And there was this procession through Shreveport that ended in this big street party. And the second floor of that space was given over to the trail riding clubs, where they displayed their photographs, and there was this beautiful installation of mannequin busts where they just had their shirts, and there was 100 of those. And these are just sort of these beautiful shirts, often with sort of embroidered club names. And so this sort of integration has been really important to the way the work is shared out in the world. Thank you for the question.
Yes. Well, it wasn't my question, but it was a great question.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
No, and that's very reassuring and awesome to hear that you have that emphasis on community engagement. I know that historically with photographs of peoples of color in the West, that has not been the case. So it's great.
And another thing about those particular photographs, because people might have a sense of the kind of festivities that we do in Louisiana, Mardi Gras, and this sense of parade is really just integral to living there. But these rides are not for an audience. I mean, there's not people around. These are going through country roads. Often we won't see anybody over the course of the entire afternoon. These are not for an audience. These are for themselves. They're not for somebody else. And so that's one of the reasons that they have largely been unknown and unseen.
Thank you for expanding upon that. We have another question here that is about your most recent project with newspapers. And the question is, did you choose to photograph newspapers and newspeoples because these businesses are in remission and are considered decadent these days?
There were so many reasons why I photographed the newspapers. First off, I was thinking about them and this larger idea of how could I begin to visualize something as large and abstract as democracy? So that's what I'm thinking about. And I started off with this, no clear idea about what I was going to do. I just felt like I had to do something that was in response to these times that we were living in. I had no idea what the photographs were going to be. There was an exhibition that I was supposed to have actually of the Tucumcari photographs. It was going to be kind of a large show that ended up getting canceled on account of COVID. And it was in Nashville. And it was announced that I think the final presidential debate was going to be hosted there in Nashville, really just not far from the gallery at all. And so they contacted me and said, sorry we can't do the show, but do you want to do something? Do you want to do some sort of installation that might be in conversation with this debate that's happening down the road? And I said, yes, I do. And so I was looking through my photographs, just looking at things that I had made recently that seemed to have something to do with the anxiety that was being felt. And so I began to think, okay, I went out on the road thinking about democracy, and one of these intersections of democracy is the local newspaper offices. And so local newspaper offices for me felt like they were such an intersection of the participatory democracy. And these were under attack, the fake news, and Trump was calling them the enemies of the people. And at the same time, these newspapers have been going out of business. Over a quarter of the newspapers have closed, I think, in the last 15 years in the country. And so I saw this happening and thinking about them being as this bridge to democracy, and I was photographing those in the battleground states, and the subject matter was just so rich. I really was loving the photographs that was coming out of them, but they were so broad that I felt like they should stand alone as a body of work, and so I sort of pulled them out of the battleground blues and did a project that was centered in Kansas, my home state, which has a really rich history of journalism, which is tied to the founding of the state. And this idea that, when Kansas was being founded, whether it was going to be a slave state or a free state, the press had, that was the weapon of so many of the abolitionists. And so these newspapers were established across the state, often even before there was a town. And so I found this book published in 1906, I believe, that was written, these firsthand accounts of witnessing sort of the press come to Kansas and describing the Leavenworth paper, for example. There was a tree on the bank of the river where there was a sign hanging over it, the newspaper, and there's not even a town there yet. And so the press was so important to the state. There's also a figure there that was a national figure in the press, and a number of reasons I centered that project in Kansas. But the newspapers are, I spent a sabbatical last semester working on this project, and they're so rich. There's so much material there. So that was a whole other thing that I didn't talk about, but I did end my talk a little early to be able to have these conversations. So I appreciate the questions, and if you have any more.
Yes, we have a few more for you. So I have one here from Michael Grauer, and he says that he presented in Hungary in December and discovered several Wild West hobbyists and Buffalo Bill performer presence over in Hungary. And he was wondering, where else have you seen this kind of hobbyist interest or this larger interest in the Wild West abroad?
Mm-hmm. Well, I actually had sort of been interested in going to Hungary because I believe that at some point, some of these Karl May stories from Germany were made into films, and I believe that was the location where several of these had been made. So that was another thing. I was like, that's another thread that I might begin to pull. But, I showed those comic books that I had collected that were from all over, and so, I've seen evidence of this in one way or another. Small was often my only interface with them. But one of the things that I was really fascinated by is there was a Wild West theme park that was in, I think it was in Norway, if I'm remembering correctly. And at the time of this refugee crisis about 2019, 2020, there were a number of refugees that were being housed at this Western theme park. I really wanted to get there to photograph. I really wanted to make pictures there, and I couldn't get there in the time frame of which it was being used as this sort of facility. So that's an example, but places all across Europe. But I was talking a little bit about the Sergio Leone films. The first time I had seen one of those on the big screen in a real movie theater was in Asia. It was in Bangkok, I believe, at a film festival. And so, here's this mashup where the films have been overdubbed into Thai, and they have English subtitles. It was just this complete mashup. And it was also so beautiful. Those films are really beautifully made, and seeing them on a big screen is such a treat. But to see them in that context, that just real mix of worlds was like, wow, so wonderful.
And speaking about mixes of worlds, we have two questions left for you. And one is, did you interview any of the German hobbyists, and were they self-aware of their romantic appropriations of Native American culture and regalia?
I did. I tried. I would try to engage in conversations with them. It didn't quite yield the depth that I hoped that it would, and so Another aspect of this, the Karl May Festival, which was my sort of introduction where I started photographing before I started doing the stage sets, these open air reenactments. At this Karl May Festival, there were sort of the headline main acts were these members of indigenous communities from the United States. And so they were brought in really as like the superstars, and like it was such a odd ending to one of the evenings, but there was this sort of campfire, sort of almost this religious feel to it, and there were these conversations that they were having that were being translated by a narrator in German to the audience who was kind of standing off away from the fire, and I talked with some of them, and I was like, what does this mean to you to come to this country and to do this? And they were also just so conflicted by it, and they usually didn't want me to make their portrait, and none of those are included here. And it just wasn't so much of interest to me to put them in dialogue here, but it was like, when we come here, we're superstars. Like, we're getting paid like a lot of money to do this. Some of them had taken wives that were there. A couple of them were at this point living. One person I talked to was living in London, another in Berlin. And so it was complicated on all dimensions. And when I was photographing there, somebody had come up to me and was like, "Hey, I see you," and she was a writer who was working on a book about this, and she grew up in Germany but spent most of her time in the United States and is a professor at Florida. And so we worked together, or we were in conversation for a number of years because she had been in dialogue with these people for years and years, where I was only able to sort of drop in for limited amounts of time over the course of 2 summers. And so I look forward to her book, and I would promote it if I could remember the title of it. So sorry I can't.
We'll give you time to remember.
Yeah.
So to wrap up here, we're going to return to Tucumcari, and we have a question. Have you encountered an image of a Route 66 billboard that says Tucumcari tonight? I think that's on I-40.
I have, and actually there is a photograph of that in this project, and in the photograph, so Tucumcari also had the highest concentration of motels, really of anywhere in the United States per population at the time. And so there was this, Tucumcari tonight is a reference to people staying in these motels that were there. Motels that are now often been abandoned, and they're on the Route 66, that major route, went right through the middle of town. So most of the town was built up along that corridor. And when the interstate was built, it diverted people around town. And of course, the modern automobile can go much further. It's much more reliable. Really, Tucumcari stopped being the significant stop. And there was this billboard, the billboard that you described, was partially covered in a kind of cloth. And I don't know if it was going to be taken down or what, but it was this shroud, and it sort of made it feel a little bit like a memorial of some kind. And so I did see it, and I actually did photograph it. But, this is just a real tiny sliver of the photograph from that project. And so.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Jeremiah. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to speaking with you more at the closing reception.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah, and thank you for all of your engaging questions and comments, and please feel free to approach Jeremiah with further questions. Why don't we go ahead and take about a 5-minute break, and we will start back at 11 o'clock here. Thank you all. We're going to go ahead and get started again. If you want to discover your seat. If anyone needs any comment cards, I'm happy to just walk around as we start and pass you a fresh one. All right. So now it's a pleasure to introduce Jennifer R. J.R. Henneman, who is director and curator of the Petrie Institute of Western American Art at the Denver Art Museum. I first met JR at a symposium in 2017 at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, which was marking the centennial of William F. Cody's death. And she presented research on the American West at the U.S. exhibition in London in 1887. We shared excitement for the possibilities of transnationalism for understanding perceptions and constructions of the American West abroad. After completing her PhD at the University of Washington, JR moved to Denver, where she began working as an assistant curator in the Western American Art Department. She's been there for about 7 years and has worked with our new museum director here, Thomas Brent Smith, on exhibition projects like the Homer Remington Forces of Nature, a collection catalog, and a permanent collection reinstall. When she approached me about her nascent exhibition topic about French Orientalism and U.S. settler paintings of Native Americans, I was delighted and have been proud to be involved with this project, which was supported by an NEH exhibition planning grant. The exhibition, Near East to Far West, Fictions of French and American Colonialism, is now open in Denver until late May. So please try to get there to see it in person if you haven't already. And here to tell us about this project, please join me in welcoming J.R. Henneman.
Good morning, everyone. How's my sound? All right. I don't have a luxurious beard to contend with, like Jeremiah. Good morning, Emily. Thank you so much to you and your crew for organizing this event. Thank you to the Russell Center, the University of Oklahoma, for supporting it. Thank you to you all and those of you tuning in online for being here. Today, I make the claim that historical Western American art has fundamentally been a transnational endeavor, one with roots deeply entwined with European representations of the Orient. We cannot fully understand nor appreciate Western American art without acknowledging its transnational context of creation. This claim is not intuitive. Traditionally, Western American art has been valued for its perceived historical accuracy and for articulating a celebratory myth of the winning of the West. As art historian Peter H. Hasrick has stated, a split focus on accuracy and myth left the art part of Western American art adrift for much of the 20th century. Starting in the 1970s, two important avenues of scholarship emerged On one hand, post-colonial studies challenged the idea that Western American art provided an accurate historical representation of westward expansion, arguing instead that it obfuscated the realities of expansion under a romantic haze. In the other, scholars turned attention finally to the aesthetic history of Western American art, leading to examinations of patronage, the art market, artistic training, and cross-cultural exchange. Now, questions of aesthetics, colonial legacy, historical context, and interconnectedness inform Western American art studies. Scholars increasingly attend to the agency, survival, and resistance of cultures represented, and question the visual whitewashing of a diverse region. Others challenge an East Coast-centric canon by centering the people and landscapes of the West, while projects such as Near East to Far West reveal the importance of transnational exchange and grapple with the legacies of colonial representations. Today, to support my claim that we cannot fully understand nor appreciate Western American art without acknowledging its transnational context of creation, I will take you through the exhibition Near East to Far West, on view until May 29th, that's Memorial Day. This is the first project to consider how and why the American West was described, understood, and represented by Euro-Americans as a kind of Orient, an exotic place of cultural, religious, and geographical difference. during the period of westward expansion. By taking a close look at the influence of French Orientalism on representations of the West, this project demonstrates that a transnational lens not only reinserts Western American art into its original global context of creation, but also allows us to crack open new questions and to grapple with colonial legacies. The first section of Near East to Far West is entitled Framing French Orientalism. This section provides definitions, establishes historical and geographical context, and displays a range of French Orientalist material to set the stage for comparisons to come. Let's begin with a few definitions. Orient is a European-derived term that comes from the Latin for east. Depending on the period and cultural viewpoint, the Orient could include North Africa, the Mediterranean Basin and Holy Land, and all of Asia. In this project, we use the word in its 19th century sense, when both it and Near East referred to the countries of North Africa and the greater Mediterranean Basin, most of which were under Ottoman control. This area is illustrated in the wall map accompanying the section text, which you see here in this image. Now the word Orientalism. In one sense, Orientalism refers to the broad array of visual, textual, and material culture produced in Europe, and that referenced or was influenced by the art and cultures of the greater Oriental world. The scope of this material is vast, covering centuries and continents. Near East to Far West takes a focused look at the material produced by French artists during the period of French colonial expansion into North Africa beginning in the 1830s, and considers how these artworks influenced representations of the American West created by Euro-American artists at the same time that the United States was also expanding colonially westward. Thus, Orientalism also manifests as a set of European and American-made visual tropes and artistic styles that continues to define the perceived appearance and behavior of colonized peoples and places. Comparing French representations of the Orient and Euro-American representations of the West reveals the repetition of certain motifs, and this is to say specific subjects and the way they are posed, as well as style, the ways in which the subjects themselves are rendered. Let me provide an example that we used in the first section of the exhibition to underscore this point. One motif that pulls through both French Orientalism and Western American art is that of the odalisque. In European representations, the odalisque is consistently presented in a reclining pose, looking out at us, towards us, the viewer. She is also often placed in a female-only domestic setting, which in a Muslim household is called a harem. We see this motif in Eugène Delacroix's Women of Algiers, in American Orientalist Frederick Arthur Bridgman's An Oriental Beauty, as well as in the Western work of Charles M. Russell, such as in his Kioma No. 1, and an earlier example, Alfred Jacob Miller's Indian Women. The transference of this motif of the odalisque from Orientalism to Western American art underscores that it functioned as shorthand for exotic woman in a transnational colonial language. And this leads me to yet another definition of Orientalism. In tandem with its representational mode, Orientalism has a political mode. It refers to a way of constructing knowledge about the world that reinforces dichotomous ideas embedded within colonial power structures. These include civilized versus savage, progress versus decline, manufactured versus natural, etc. It thus constitutes a facet of colonial ideology, or the opinions and beliefs shared by colonizers about would-be subjugated peoples and places that justifies colonial expansion. From this perspective, the Orient is presented as a place of savagery, primitivism, earthbound nobility, and simplicity, which reinforces the Occident, that is the greater West's desire to see itself as a place of civilization, progress, technology, industry, and complexity. Seeing and understanding North Africa and the American West as Orients depends upon the projection of similar racialized characteristics that reinforce perceptions of ethnic, cultural, religious, and geographic difference, as well as juxtapositions between progress, stagnancy, and modernity and backwardness. Within the context of colonial expansion, such difference served to justify the exploitation of natural resources and indigenous labor, and in the context of settler colonialism, the forcible seizure of indigenous lands and containment and removal of indigenous peoples. Let's return to the example of the odalisque, who is a product of the European imagination, and who is often sexualized through her pose, her gaze, and at times her nakedness. All of these components reinforce assumptions about the sexual availability of, in this case, Muslim and American indigenous women. Symbolically, the odalisque may function as a representation of people and lands to be conquered, essentially the colonizer's potential reward and trophy. Additionally, misperceptions of both Muslim and indigenous women as controlled by an all-powerful sheikh or chief seemed to provide evidence that they were in need of saving by European or Euro-American civilizing forces. Consider the note left by Alfred Jacob Miller accompanying a later version of Indian Women, which you see on the bottom right. He writes, "Much cannot be said in favor of the manner in which the female part of the community are treated by the Indians. They are mere hewers of wood and drawers of water. The North American savage entertaining, we fear, a kindred opinion with the Turks, that is, that they have no souls. When the Grand Seigneur arrives, they set up his lodge, spread his robes, unladen his horses and mules, make his fire, and prepare his meat." As Scott Manning Stevens articulates in his essay in the accompanying exhibition catalog, Miller's perpetuation of the idea that Native American women are subservient to the Grand Seigneur reinforces a drudge stereotype of indigenous women that, like the trope of the odalisque, disrespects gender divisions of labor, denies the multifaceted and complex roles of women across cultures. Along with these stereotypes come violence that continue to impact indigenous communities. Consider, for example, that sexualized representations play a part in the ongoing crimes against missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit people, a fact we acknowledge in the exhibition text. As you can see, in this first section, we do a lot of heavy lifting to situate viewers historically and geographically, to define terms, and to acknowledge the continuing legacies of colonial representations. We also provide a range of Orientalist imagery produced mostly by French artists to make a broad point about style, that there is no one way artists depicted the Orient, and that the stylistic choices each made profoundly impacts the way any artwork creates meaning about its subject. The pairing of Eugène Fromentin's An Encampment in the Atlas Mountains with Luc-Olivier Merson's Cleopatra Descending the Nile, this pairing reinforces this point and also raises questions about artistic authority. French Orientalism spans a range of imagery. On one end, we find imagined history paintings like Merson's Egyptian Spectacle, inspired by nearly a century of Egyptomania, spurred by Napoleon's failed attempts to colonize Egypt in 1798 and 99. On the other hand, we find work like Fromentin, his In the Atlas Mountains. Inspired by first-person experience, it was painted over a decade after the artist's last trip to Algeria, one of 3 total trips he made between 1846 and 1853. Now, as you can see, Fromentin's painting style is decidedly looser than Merson's, his colors less punchy, more atmospheric. Merson's firm handling of paint, which carefully delineates details and is executed with a smooth surface finish, seems to say, "I know what I see," while Fromentin seems to say, "I know what I feel." An American-born critic, Henry James, pointed out something similar when writing about the work of the great Orientalists Jean-Léon Gérôme and Eugène Delacroix. He wrote, "Such a painter as Gérôme gives us most skillfully the surface of Eastern life. Delacroix gives us its substance." It is in fact the combination of these, of surface and substance, that gives the artworks in this exhibition such visual and emotional power. Surfaces depicted create convincing space and narrative, but the surfaces of the artworks themselves, these constructed objects, are carefully finished with minute blended brushstrokes on one hand or ravished with dynamic sculptural arcs of paint on the other. This finish itself speaks volume about what James called substance or emotive feeling. The combination of surface and substance gives French Orientalist and Western American artworks commanding visual authority and emotional intensity. In the words, while these artworks impress us with the insistent richness of their visual diet, in the words of Linda Nochlin, they are nonetheless restricted by limits to knowledge, responsive to the constraints and demands of Eurocentric art market dynamics, and fundamentally haunted by absences. The absence of time, modernity, and the effects of colonization, to name just a few. And this explains the subtitle of the exhibition, Fictions of French and American Colonialism, and a fundamental argument of this project, that by putting Western American art into conversation with French Orientalism, we may understand both bodies of work as constructed narrative objects, rendered with meticulous degrees of realism and emotion, harnessing power from kernels of truth mined from careful observation, first-hand experience, and memory. They present a variety of transportive fictions about the indigenous and North African world, and share similar visual languages created by and useful to the colonial contexts in which they were produced and to which they responded. And this is why, in the exhibition text, we ask such questions as, to what degree is it possible to disentangle fact from fiction? How can we cultivate a critical eye in the face of beauty? As we ask visitors to simultaneously hold multiple and contradictory feelings and thoughts as they consider the impacts of this colonial legacy. While a transnational art historical narrative underpins this exhibition, it is ultimately an exercise in close looking and self-reflection. What expectations or biases might we have inherited? And how might considering this important art historical story change or modify what we think we know about the world, or what we think an artwork can tell us about it? Let's move to the next section. American Sahara is a thematic section focusing on the symbolism of the desert and the ways in which artists grappled with its unfamiliar and challenging aesthetic. During the 19th century, few Europeans and Euro-Americans would have ever experienced a true desert firsthand. But images and popular perceptions of the desert permeated the American and European imagination, largely because of the Bible and because of fiction such as the Arabian Nights. As American explorers pushed westward, challenged to describe the vast arid spaces they encountered, they often invoked the best-known desert, the African Sahara, thereby using orientalizing language to try to express the scope and appearance of what was to them and their readers new land. References to biblical landscapes established connections between the American West and the Holy Land, reinforcing the idea that Euro-Americans were God's chosen people pursuing a divinely ordained future. French and American artists often accompanied military-led expeditions into colonized lands, allowing them unprecedented access to these desert regions. And in response, artists had to expand their aesthetic repertoire to try to grapple with the experience and the appearance of this, to them, foreign landscape. This is the first section to commingle French and American art on the same wall with unexpected neighbors, Frederick Remington, Théodore Frère, Fernand Lundgren, Charles M. Russell, and Gustave Guillaume, who you see on this wall in this image. As articulated by these artists, the desert is perhaps the most sublime landscape imaginable. It is one of great beauty and color, unknown in the more humid climates of Europe and the eastern US seaboard. But it is also an environment that will kill you. Invoking an African desert to describe swaths of the American West helped Euro-American explorers express the vastness and strangeness of this geography. Desert spaces functioned as stages upon which fantasies could be built, in the words of Richard Francaviglia in his essay for the catalog, offering landscapes in which the human imagination can run wild. But these were also very real spaces that challenged European and Euro-American bodies and ways of seeing. The next section is the first of two artist-to-artist comparisons. And here we put Eugène Delacroix and Alfred Jacob Miller together. In 1832, Miller studied abroad in Italy and France. And while in Paris, he studied the work of Eugène Delacroix. We know that he did. However, Delacroix was not in town. In 1832, he was on his one and only trip to North Africa, Morocco, and Algeria. And after his return for the rest of his career, from the vantage point of his Paris studio, Delacroix would produce representations of his Orient, of his North Africa. Similarly, once Miller returned to the US, he was soon after invited to one of the last great fur trappers' rendezvous, which took place in what is now Wyoming. And after that one and only trip to the American West, he returned to his Baltimore studio and from the vantage point of Baltimore produced for decades representations of his American Wests. These single adventures impacted both artists' careers and promoted the mythos of the artist explorer. Now, both artists were deeply indebted to European Romanticism, a movement in arts and philosophy that emphasized feeling and expression. So, as we can see in the comparisons we set up in this section, their work often underscores ideas of nobility, energy, drama, sensuality. In comparisons such as the one you see here, we ask viewers to consider what Miller might have learned from Delacroix and his contemporaries. Noticed a shared interest in dramatic, often violent subjects, rendered, however, in the most elegant way possible with these twisting bodies contorted around each other. Notice similar uses of color, especially the power colors of white and red. But also notice how their work differs. Delacroix's brushstroke is much more present and dynamic than Miller's, which has a smoother surface finish. After this comparison, we move to big cats and bison, another thematic section. Colonial expansion into North Africa and the West contributed to the decimation of animals such as lions and bisons, yet also opened new opportunities to study these exotic creatures. Collections of animals, or called menageries, became increasingly accessible to a larger public during the 1800s. And at the Ménagerie du Jardin des Plantes in Paris, viewers marveled at the animals kept in captivity, including many kinds of big cats and even American bison. Animaliers, or animal artists, spent hours sketching there. And this is a later sketch, but it is a representation that helps express the fact that zoos then did not look like zoos do now. It gives you a sense of how close the artists literally were to these animals, as well as the truly constrained kind of confinement in which these animals were kept. Representations of exotic animals reflected ambivalent feelings towards so-called untamed lands. Some artists emphasize terrifying snarls and dramatic hunting scenes, such as you see in Delacroix's Lion Hunt. And this reinforced the idea that these places were dangerous and wild, in need of taming. But other artists presented quieter, more pensive representations, such as in Barry's Two Cape Lions and Gérôme's Night in the Desert. Here the artists remember, keep in mind how these artists are studying these big cats. They're not then painting them in cages, rather they're metaphorically liberating them into imagined landscapes, alluding to the harsh realities of caged confinement, and perhaps telling us something about their own ambivalent feelings towards the colonial projects that instigated their captivity in the heart of Paris. Now, bison feature on the wall opposite the big cats, and at times their representations echo the nostalgia and drama of their French counterparts. Consider Delacroix's Lion Hunt in conversation with Russell's Meat for Wild Men, buffalo hunt. But in the United States, the bison underwent a unique symbolic transition. During the early decades of expansion, they represented a noble but doomed obstacle to civilization. They were in the way, literally. Ultimately, however, they became a symbol of the nation that nearly caused their extinction in an effort to control the indigenous populations who relied on them. Consider that Alexander Phimister Proctor's buffalo was created to grace the Dumbarton or Q Street Bridge in Washington, D.C. As Christine Garnier points out in her essay in the catalog, the romanticism of the American bison by Euro-American artists exemplifies imperialist nostalgia, or the mourning of a culture by a society whose members caused its destruction. This is a definition provided by anthropologist Renato Rosaldo. Now, more than effectively than any wall text, the wall mural of a photograph featuring a pile of buffalo skulls and bones that is over 3 stories tall in real life. We actually literally didn't have the space to blow it up life size. This image potently gets at the magnitude of this destruction. A video developed by the World Wildlife Fund and the Fort Peck Reservation acknowledges the trauma of this decimation and contemporary work to rehabilitate herds. So a note on interpretation, layered interpretation, which we do throughout the exhibition. The hope is that layered interpretations such as this can surface the histories and voices that are often absent and even silenced by the artworks. Recognizing the challenging nature of this material, over the course of years, we did work closely with a range of consultants to better understand how to sensitively surface these perspectives. These consultants included the Denver Art Museum's own Internal Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, its Indigenous Advisory Council, and a cohort of the museum's gallery hosts, who are the people who spend time in the galleries with our visitors. An NEH planning grant funded a group of external scholars, Dr. Burns was one of them, as well as a series of focus groups composed of members from the region's Indigenous, Arab, and Muslim communities. Catalog contributors, all 12 of them, provided thoughtful deep dives into exhibition topics, and we hired Indigenous, Arab, and Muslim readers to review and edit all of the exhibition text. So within the exhibition, this collaborative work manifests as a series of community voice labels. These reveal the diverse ways in which artworks might be approached, understood, and questioned. We have 2 audio conversations between Indigenous and Arab Muslim scholars and artists on select artwork comparisons within the exhibition. One is in this section devoted to representations of women, which we saw earlier, and the other is an upcoming artistic comparison between Jean-Léon Gérôme and George DeForest Brush. Our consultants advised on the images selected for wall murals and helped us determine which issues and questions were the most important to raise within the admittedly limited scope of any exhibition. Our consultants also helped us think through how to engage contemporary artists, if at all, which leads me to the next space in the exhibition, the reflection space. When the Denver Art Museum does big shows like this is a 10,000 square foot temporary exhibition, we always build in an interpretive or reflection zone just to give the visitors a chance to pause and think and take a visual break. And one thing that we did in this exhibit for the first time was to utilize scent, the olfactory scent, by commissioning the contemporary perfumer Dana El Masri, who is of Egyptian Lebanese heritage and lives in Montreal, to create 2 custom scents. So you see there are 2 scents on a total of 4 for tall people and shorter people on the pedestals on the right. And the one scent is meant to evoke kind of a stereotyped vision of Orientalism, which has impacted French perfumery. And then the second is her own take on what it is to be home or to go home, what it is to get off the plane in your homeland, what the air smells like. That is her trying to combat the stereotyped idea of Orientalism. And so you can see we have scents, we have a place to sit down, read the catalog, take a break. On the wall that you can't see behind us, you can literally leave responses on pieces of paper that you hang on the wall. And by now our stacks of responses, we're deep in them, and we've been just blown away by the often reflective, very passionate, very personal, sometimes very divisive responses that visitors have left for us. Now, after pausing in this space, the next section presents that second artist-to-artist comparison between Jean-Léon Gérôme and his American student, George DeForest Brush. Gérôme was like the Orientalist of the 19th century, and he taught hundreds of American students, including Brush, who spent a little less than 6 years with him, and then returned to the US and produced a series of what he called Indian paintings that are very much rendered in the refined, carefully composed style of his teacher, Gérôme. They both worked in the academic tradition and sought universal beauty through emphasis on the human body, elegant composition and convincing depth and space that would transcend the mundane and transport viewers to other worlds. Their artworks may look real, but they are products of each man's imagination. Their style is entirely seductive. Because of such careful attention to detail and refined finish, they seem visually authoritative. And that's the primary risk of artworks like these. Yes, they are created from first-person observation, but the artists are using their observation and choices to create fictions. These are beautiful fantasies. These are storytelling devices. These are not analogs to history. Indeed, Brush himself wrote that he did not paint from the historian's or the antiquarian's point of view, and that if required to supply historical facts, he would drop the subject at once. And so when we start to ask questions about style and aesthetics, which leads us to larger inquiries about artistic training, intention, and audience, we are able to get beyond the seeming authenticity of such artworks to explore the much larger and, frankly, more interesting context of their creation, as well as the ways in which these artworks create and reinforce meaning. Now, the next section focuses on the Chicago Columbian Exposition held in Chicago from May to October 1893. World's fairs were massive multi-acre spectacles. They showcased artworks, commercial products, architecture, design, science, technology, and literally people from across the globe. They produced and disseminated orientalizing imagery to millions of attendees in Europe and the United States. So here what you see in the wall case is a range of material from the Columbian Expo, including guidebooks, entry tickets, photographs, and a digital interactive of the fairgrounds developed by the Chicago 00 Project, which all of which try to help visitors understand just the magnitude of this spectacle and the ways in which people were displayed. Over 27 million visitors attended this event in Chicago, including the artists Frederick Remington and Charles Russell. And North African exhibitions, including the Cairo Street and Bedouins performing as part of the Wild East, left impressions on both men. It is possible that Russell's and Remington's shared interest in Bedouin and Arab equestrian cultures reflects their awareness that horsemanship in the Americas had, in part, originated with the Spanish colonial armies, whose own horses, tack, and techniques had been influenced by North African breeds and practices. And I'll put in a plug on May 2nd. Your own Michael Grauer here is going to be in Denver talking about the African roots of American equestrianism. It's a live event in Denver, but we will be streaming it as well if you'd like to tune in to that. I have a lot to learn from Michael, and I'm really looking forward to it. Now, notice how in a watercolor from 1908, Russell directly references the architecture of the Cairo Street, an Egyptian exhibit within the Columbian Exposition that was also recreated in the 1904 St. Louis Expo, which Russell also attended. In this watercolor, Russell depicts one of the most, in addition to the architecture of the street, he also depicts one of the most popular attractions of the expo, which was the belly dancer. Now, Remington was sent to the expo as a reporter for Harper's, and he was so enamored by the Bedouin riders that this is at the National Cowboy. Thank you very much for the generous loan. This is the drawing he produced for the cover of Harper's to document his time at the Chicago Columbian Expo. In fact, the next year, 1894, he took a trip to Algeria himself, where he took photographs, one of which is blown up as a wall mural here. He made sketches, some of which were published as illustrations, and collected Algerian stirrups and spurs that he kept on display in his studio, all of which are in Denver at the moment. Now, although anthropological exhibit at World's Fairs reinforced a colonial narrative of progress that seemed to provide scientific evidence that the non-white world was barbaric and childlike, global representatives found myriad ways to push back against these constructions, a topic that Emily Burns addresses in the exhibition catalog and is written about extensively elsewhere, as have many other scholars. World's Fairs provided platforms for challenging and rewriting colonial narratives, and indigenous people and artworks participated in these modern environments. So one way we try to get at this agency and presence is through the incorporation of American indigenous and Islamic artworks. Because by the late 1800s, Both of these indigenous and Islamic arts circulated throughout international markets and directly impacted European and American art and design. One example we present is Paulding Farnham's silver vessel, which is in the case behind the image. This he created for Tiffany and Company, and it was on display in 1893 in Chicago. It clearly references motifs and forms of Pueblo vessels. Oops, excuse me. Two of which from the Denver Art Museum's collection we put on display next to it. By transforming and appropriating indigenous designs, such artworks as Farnham's simultaneously celebrate and attempt to replace indigenous artists. Today, such visual fusions raise questions about the line between inspiration and appropriation. And earlier in the exhibit, we do something similar with a silver coffee pot by Edward C. Moore on the left, who was the first chief designer for Tiffany & Co. And then we have next to it a 14th century Egyptian tray to give you a sense of the ways in which he's looking at these Islamic arts and incorporating their motifs, a kind of mishmash of orientalized motifs into his own works. He also used his collection of Islamic arts as teaching tools in the studios of Tiffany & Co. And then his Islamic arts collection ultimately was given to the Met, where it's now became one of the foundational collections at that museum for Islamic arts. Okay, I think we need to, so basically what these decorative arts moments are trying to raise questions about inspiration and appropriation, but also acknowledge agency on the part of indigenous and Islamic creators that is certainly not present in the other artworks on display. Finally, and in respect of our time, we're going to move to the last section of the exhibition, which is called Lands of Light. And this considers the work of select American artists who studied with French Orientalists in Paris during the 1880s and 1890s, and then ended up in the village of Taos, New Mexico, where they formed the Taos Society of Artists in 1915. The elements that made this region of New Mexico so attractive to these artists were comparable to what had made North Africa so enticing to their French counterparts. The clear air of the high desert, the formal challenge of depicting color and shadow in desert light, expansive landscapes, geometric adobe architecture, and of course, indigenous subjects. As transportation infrastructure improved alongside the colonization projects in Algeria and the American West, artists increasingly traveled to previously inaccessible pockets of these regions, where the brilliant light and ancient geographies of these spaces challenged them to work in increasingly modern hues and forms. So this section brings together many of the themes and questions already raised throughout the show. It puts the work of American artists into conversation with their French teachers. Consider this pairing of Causse with Bouguereau, and in addition, this above Sharp with his teacher, Benjamin Constant. It reveals the ways in which artists attempted to capture the light and ancient geographies of these environments, as you see in these extraordinary paintings by Bailly and Blumenschein. And it underscores continued interest in the exotic cultures of these regions. Now, in this section, we have a final intervention by two contemporary artists, the Muskogee poet Jennifer Elise Forrester and the Navajo, Laguna, Pueblo multidisciplinary artist Stephen Yazzie. Now, because of our time, I'm actually not going to go into great depth about this. In a nutshell, Jennifer wrote a poem that she was given the checklist of the exhibition. She wrote literally lines and lines and lines of responses to each artwork on display, which she then condensed and transformed and recreated into what she calls a kaleidoscopic poem, a new gallery of perceptions. And then Jennifer worked with Stephen Yazzie to collaborate on a video accompanying the poem. And Stephen, when he heard about Jennifer's process, he thought, that sounds a lot like AI to me. And so he actually fed Midjourney, an AI generator, words from Jennifer's poem and artworks from the exhibition to create hundreds of images that he and his team then chose from. They animated the images, they laid some atmospheric sounds over the top, and put them together with Jennifer's poem. And the resulting work is haunting and beautiful. And in their words, its point is to provide new questions. We cannot answer, questions that we cannot answer, nor should we. Their hope is to divine define the strange beauty and unease one might feel while watching this poem, and offer to the viewer kind of an added dimension a reflection of the exhibition, to ask the question, who are we now in our looking at one another, in our looking for another, as we look at our past, as we look to our future. And Dana, Jennifer, and Stephen will all be participating in an artist panel on Tuesday evening, April 25th. Again, it's a live event in Denver that we will stream online. So if you'd like to hear more in their own words, and they are all so eloquent and articulate, the ways in which they grappled with the content and questions raised by this project, please let me know and tune in on Tuesday, April 25th. So I promise I am going to conclude right now in about 30 seconds. Using Orientalism as a critical lens to ask questions about visual and historical absence is a useful tool for better understanding the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism and its visual vocabularies. As the first extended consideration of this lens on Western American art, Near East to Far West creates a foundation for continued conversations about the power and possibilities of historical artworks. It situates artworks in their time, reminds us of limits to our own perspectives, knowledge, vision, and memory, and reasserts a transnational art history integral to understanding how history and colonial representation continue to impact the present. Thank you very much. I nailed my 45 minutes. 2 minutes to spare. Hey.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, JR. And yes, we do have a few questions, so I'll begin with the ones that I have as others in the audience keep thinking about what they want to ask. So to start, we have a question which my eyesight has been destroyed from my comps, so if I don't read your question correctly, I apologize. So the first question we have is, what accounts for the similarities between the depictions by French and Western American painters? What accounts for it? Sorry, read that kind of odd. Is it a matter of influence, such as Delacroix and Miller, or more of a parallel structure, such as colonialism and conquest, producing similar topics and themes?
Yeah, it's actually both direct and indirect. So the direct connections are absolutely the artist-to-artist legacies, the transference of tradition, the transference of knowledge via artistic technique and tradition. So you see that in the comparative studies that we set up. But there's also an indirect. Well, maybe there's three. So there's direct, there's indirect, which is just the diffusion of Oriental imagery throughout American culture at this time, via photography, works on paper, certainly the fine arts, decorative arts, world's fairs. Somebody like Charles Russell is a great example. You saw his Kioma #1. That is clearly in the form of an odalisque. He's working in Cascade, Montana, like the middle of nowhere, and I'm from there, I can tell you that. It's truly the middle of nowhere, but even Russell is influenced by Orientalizing imagery through all of the popular media that permeates culture, American culture at this time. So it's just a diffusion of these Orientalizing tropes. I forgot literature, I forgot opera, I forgot music. I mean, it's just throughout. The third component is just a shared context of colonial expansion. Both countries are looking outside in similar ways. I'm not saying the colonial projects are identical, they are not. But there's a resonance between the ways in which artists, in this case, are looking out towards these would-be colonized peoples and places. And why I call it a visual language is because the ways of depicting and representing are useful to both French and American projects. So the colonial context, the interest in these subjects, these peoples and places, only supports and reinforces the usefulness of the visual language itself. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that response. And speaking of visual language, we have a few questions here about exhibit design. Specifically, the one I'm looking at is asking about these cutoffs you see, cutouts on the wall. Could you please go into a little bit of detail about how this design came together?
So I'm happy to. I could go on for a long while about exhibit design. It's really a fun part of the process. One thing I'll note, first and foremost, is the architecture with which we get to work at the Denver Art Museum here in this space is really challenging. None of the walls are, there are no corners, like there are no 90-degree angles. Everything's at a slant, including the ceiling, which goes, I think, from 12 feet to 30 feet. So it's a monumental space, and a question for every designer is how do you humanize it? How do you bring people back in and make it make sense? So that's the first and foremost exhibition design consideration. Now, secondly, when we were thinking about the mood and the feel and the atmosphere of the show, one thing we knew was that when you're dealing with Orientalism and Western American art, you fall into cliche very quickly, very easily. Cliche and stereotype abound. So how do we present a design that invokes or references both of these seemingly disparate bodies of work without actually directly referencing either one? And I was, in my research and travels, I was absolutely influenced by exhibition design, usually used in Oriental or Islamic arts exhibition, where negative space is utilized to throw light through, which does evoke mosque architecture, mosque lamps, but often also has a kind of organic feel of what I experience is when I walk through an aspen forest and the light is kind of filtering through these organic shapes. So what we ended up trying to achieve with our designers was a pattern that was not directly referential, but that did serve a purpose to kind of set a mood, set a space, and evoke, in a way, some of this organic experience. And it's become an excellent Rorschach test. So when people enter the exhibit and ask me, what does that pattern mean? I say, well, what does it mean to you? And we've had some great responses. It's shattered glass, it's a mosaic, it's the cracks in dry desert mud, it's stones turning to sand, it's disco giraffe. I mean, we've had all sorts of responses. And I hope that means that we've at least accomplished something in presenting a visually interesting design. And the first presentation by our designers, IKD, a really excellent design firm, utilized this pattern. It kind of like, there was very little of it at the beginning, and then by the end of the show, it was all over the walls. And you know what that did to the artwork? It made it look really bad. So we said we gotta pull it back just a little bit so the paintings can really do their work. And so what we ended up doing is using the pattern in strategic ways. And across media, you see the perforated wall here where we can throw light through, you get a peek through. You see the pattern printed on fabric. And then we also use it on wall vinyl to establish exhibition sections. Oh, there, see it there? So the pattern ended up functioning as a design element that helped mark transition from one section to the next, supported by color choice, of course. I could go on, but I hope that answers the question.
I think it does, and I'm sure we can follow up with you later. But in thinking about light in this exhibit, we have a question more about metaphorical spotlights. So this question reads, to what extent do the oil paintings in the exhibit resist the spotlight on their fictions? How do the historical and the contemporary multimedia interventions operate in calling attention to these fictive constructions?
We always came back with our consultants, with our focus groups, with our exhibition team to the fact that these paintings were created to be transportive, seductive, powerful, and they continue to be. Just because we're looking at them 200 years later doesn't mean they haven't lost that effectiveness. How do we mitigate the risk of celebrating or reinforcing the ideas that they may portray that have harmed global indigenous communities? How do we mitigate that by celebrating the artistry, which is my very diplomatic way of saying, calling attention to the fact that they're all made up by exquisite technique. So we tried to balance the risks of the material through an attention to technique, an attention to audience, to market, to intention, again, by reinforcing that most of the artists here, while they definitely want cred for depicting things well and accurately, they are not trying to paint history. That's really not the point. And if we see that as the point, then we've, in my words, done a great disservice to the artistic endeavor. We've kind of flattened what they actually have accomplished, which is this kind of transportive, powerful experience. So all of the layered interpretation, all of it is meant to try to combat that in ways that we hope are stepped in such a way that people can follow along with us and learn along the way. It's a great question. It's a really complicated one. I'd be happy to talk about specific cases, would be helpful. At lunch, in the next coffee break, come talk to me.
Absolutely. And in thinking about how the aims of these paintings weren't history, I was thinking a lot about patronage. So the TSA artist, for example, often worked with the railroad, and Miller having a Scottish patron for a lot of his American scenes. How did this idea of patronage in this context come into play?
Well, I think just, as you point out, every artist has an individual motivation and an individual audience in mind, and they are trying to make a living from doing their work. They are trying to sell their work to get prestige, to be seen. But each artist is an individual, so you would have to sink into each artist's specific narrative and context. What we try to do is remind people that these paintings, for the most part, were produced in urban centers, Paris, New York, Baltimore, primarily. Or in the case of the TSA, they were painted perhaps in Taos, but they were exhibited in Chicago, New York. That's where the market was. You had to show there. You had to sell there. And that in itself, I think, does a lot of work in reminding people, our visitors, that this material has a specific context, it has a specific market, and it may not be who you immediately assume. It's actually this 19th century urban market.
Thank you. And in thinking of audiences, we have a question from the internet here. And this one, I know, this one's from Thomas.
It's not AI generated.
No, I don't think so. We can ask Jonathan. But Thomas asks, you secured several loans from French museums. How receptive were French institutions and their curators to the theses that you have introduced in this project?
Oh, I was just having this conversation this morning. So my hope was to co-develop this project with the French curator, and so I was spending a lot of time pre-pandemic. None of us knew what was coming in France, trying to get a partner, and because I think it would have been a really interesting project to have that French perspective. It would have been a very different project, but while there was a lot of interest in the artworks and the material, Algeria was a hot potato. Nobody wanted to touch it. And similarly in the US, we still find it very challenging to grapple with our settler colonialist legacy. I'm not saying we're not answering it, we're just grappling with it. We're just trying to acknowledge and figure out how do we talk about this. So, so unfortunately, for many different reasons, I did not have a French collaborator, but the French museums were very willing to lend. And that said, I did source almost 90% of the material from the US because so much French material came to the US in the 19th century and remains here. And so I actually didn't have to call upon my French colleagues as extensively as I assumed I would have needed to. And this did alleviate the budget in significant ways. But the ones that we approached, including the Musée d'Orsay, Bordeaux, Nantes, oh my God, a beautiful Girardet from the Nantes. They were very accommodating and collegial, and I'm very grateful to them.
Well, that's great to hear. And I have two questions for you left. So the first one asks, can you speak to how plein air sketching and painting connects these notions of authenticity and reality that the exhibition challenges in relation to the artists working in East Coast/Paris studios?
That's a great question, and it's just not one that we tackled too deeply in this project because that would be a whole show in its own right. Did that question come from Michael?
No.
Oh, okay. It's a great question. And one thing that I think it's important to remember, this show is asking visitors to acknowledge and appreciate the constructed nature of these artworks. But that does not mean that artists have not spent significant time sketching outdoors, painting outdoors, trying to wrap their minds around how to capture the light and color of the desert, this completely new space for them. There is great attention to color, light, detail, landscape, culture, all of that. All of that goes into making these objects, and that's partly why they're so good and so powerful. But please remember that the works we have on display, with the exception of a few sketches by Delacroix and Miller, they are all studio productions. Studio productions. And we really need to acknowledge the context and the technique, the true skill and labor that goes into creating what we call a finished studio production, meant to be seen on the walls of the Paris Salon or the National Academy of Design. But the plein air sketching, the careful attention to objects, to the human form, these are all part of the tradition that allows artists to create artworks that can still mean and express and feel so powerfully today.
Yes, thank you. And our final question is from Michael, and he asks, sorry, well, you wrote your name on it, so, okay. He asks, where did/does Latino culture fit into this context and these depictions?
That is not, I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question because that's a whole different show, and I haven't done that research. Somebody should do that show, it'd be a great show, but I don't know, that's not my expertise at the moment.
Right. It's interesting because the TSA artists did depict the Hispano populations, which maybe, Michael, that's what you're referring to. But
yeah, it would be great to dig into that a little bit more, but less so than indigenous subjects. So it would be a great other chapter, kind of southern looking chapter. Absolutely.
Well, we'll look into it.
Yeah.
But
somebody
thank
do
you.
That.
Yes, thank you, JR.
Somebody do it. Thank you so much. See you at lunch.
Thank you all in person and remotely for participating in the conversations. It is time for us to take a lunch break, and we will pick up again about 10 minutes before 2 o'clock. For those of you who have registered to join us for lunch, we will make our way back to the Russell Center, the same room where we met for breakfast. And if you did not register for lunch, I encourage you to also check out the exhibitions here at the museum. There's a few galleries of amazing artwork to visit with, and also area restaurants that you can find nearby on the campus corner. If you need suggestions for places to eat, please don't hesitate to ask me or any of the graduate students who have been working with us today. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll look forward to picking up the conversation in a couple of hours.
Check, check. 1, 2. Test, test. Check, check. 1, 2.
Thanks, John, for giving me the mic. Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a nice, long lunch break. Felt like we were in Paris. Good 2 hours. Time to relax. Yes, without the wine. Good point, JR. But some time to relax, some time to reflect. Thank you all for coming back. Thanks to those of you who have joined us this afternoon, and thanks to those of you who are tuning in on the internet. There were so many synergies for me between the two talks this morning, and I'd love to talk more with you all in the future about them. And I just wanted to raise one thing that I was thinking about during the lunch break, a point of synergy between this more contemporary photographic project and this exhibition project looking at historical images. And the question that's been bouncing around in my mind is, what happens to time in the transnational West? There's something really evocative that JR points to, building on Linda Nauckland's assertion about the absence of time in Orientalist pictures that also surfaces in Western American paintings by settler artists. And there is a kind of like a time-lapse feeling that is present there, and that's something that seemed to resonate in Jeremiah's photographs as well. And I started to think about how, as viewers, in looking at that historical and contemporary material, we become kind of suspended in that kind of time gap. And I started to wonder if it's in that sense of a temporal unease that we can really get close to the fictions of those pictures, and that that attempt to build that time gap is part of this marker of fictiveness in these transnational Wests. Just some food for thought. Now, in our afternoon session, we are going to build on our conversations about the American West as a space of European fantasies and transnational projections in this kind of multi-directional dialectics. And this afternoon, we're going to focus on circulating images of Indigenous people in transnational contexts, in photography, print, World's Fairs, and theater, to consider both the operations of power and their counters. Joining us is photo historian Emily Volker, who is looking at entangled goals and interventions raised by circulating ethnographic photographs of Northern Plains Indians, especially Lakotas and Omahas. How do these photographs reveal the interventions of their sitters in representation? What meanings are communicated as these photographs move? How have these representations been repurposed and reappropriated by contemporary communities? Turning to trans-Pacific relationships, Turtle Mountain Chippewa ethnic studies scholar Danica Medak-Salzman examines transnational interactions between indigenous communities within Turtle Island and Japan through the lens of the castaway. Charting both historical castaways and the rendering of those figures in theatrical contexts of kabuki and of World's Fair spaces, Medak-Salzman tests a framework that embraces the castaway as a metaphor for histories suppressed by long-accepted narratives. Volker and Medak-Salzman's talks will pivot us to think about anti-colonial possibilities, even in imperialist visual regimes, such as photographs and World's Fairs. As before, I'd like you to write your comments and questions on the cards. I've got a bunch more cards if anyone needs more cards. And our moderator this afternoon will be Megan Anderson, who is seated over to my left. And I'm happy, as I did this morning, to collect cards to pass to Megan to manage the moderation. Thank you in advance, Megan. So now I'd like to introduce to you Emily Volker, who is Assistant Professor of Art History at UNC Greensboro in the College of Visual and Performing Arts. A historian of photography and 19th century art, her work focuses on transatlantic exhibition culture, indigenous representation, and changing meanings and uses of the archive over time. She is currently undertaking 2 related book projects. The first, a monograph, Circulating Pictures, Contested Geographies, Photography, Native American Sovereignty, and the French Atlantic Imaginary, examines photographs of Plains Indians either sent to or made at exhibitions in Paris in the late 19th century. Focusing on the Lakota, and especially the Ogallala Band, and Omaha, the manuscript contextualizes this exchange in the long entanglements between these native nations and the French, and also traces the reappropriated meaning of these pictures in their communities today. The second is a collaboration with Dr. Erin Hyde Nolan entitled Rereading Native American Portraits in Ottoman, Global Economies of 19th Century Survey Photography. And this traces decades-long photographic gift exchange between the U.S. and Ottoman empires. So lots of exciting work forthcoming from Dr. Volker. And I wanted to note that I've known Emily since 2013, so it's actually 10 years this year. I was a postdoctoral fellow at the Smithsonian American Art Museum, and she was working on her dissertation on Plains photographic portraits in France at Boston University. And this was concurrent with my writing of Transnational Frontiers, the American West in France. And Emily has been a delightful colleague to work with since then. And so I'm happy to have her sharing her wonderful work with you all today. Please join me in welcoming Emily Volker.
All right, can everyone hear me all right? Great. So I'd like to begin just by thanking Emily and thanking the Russell Center for inviting me for this event. Emily Burns. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, great. So thank you so much, and thank you to Sharon and those at the Russell Center for organizing all of this. I know a lot of work goes into these things. So I would like to begin by acknowledging the place that we gather and acknowledging that it has been the homelands, it is the traditional homelands of the Hainas-Caddo Nation and the Kirikiris Wichita affiliated tribes. But I'd also like to acknowledge, coming from UNC Greensboro, that many tribal nations here in present-day Oklahoma recognize the Southeast as their homelands due to histories of displacement and colonialism. As a settler scholar, I offer my research today with respect to the indigenous peoples that shape this place and have historically, past, present, and future. In February 1877, a gift album of photographic portraits of the Indians of the United States of North America arrived at the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland in London. Compiled by American photographer William Henry Jackson under the direction of Ferdinand V. Hayden, who was a U.S. government scientist and Western survey leader, the tome contains approximately 250 tipped-in albumin prints. The majority of these pictures are portraits made of visiting Native American delegations in Washington, D.C., in the capital to negotiate treaties, although some also represent works made by Jackson in the field. The compilation comprises one of a number of such albums, or album sets, made and distributed domestically and internationally during this period on behalf of the Hayden Survey. Each iteration of these volumes varies, tailor-made for its recipient. And here, the photographs have been organized within this volume by tribal group, arranged alphabetically as the viewer peruses the pages. The albums disseminated by the Hayden Survey in the 1870s, such as this, and the larger holdings from which they were assembled, were born of and disseminated throughout period artistic, economic, and scientific networks that transcended national borders. Although the portraits in the volume were linked to a U.S. government institution, the Smithsonian, the primary impetus for their collection came from English entrepreneur and amateur ethnologist William Blackmore. Blackmore speculated in Mexican land grants in present-day northern New Mexico and southern Colorado in the 1860s and 70s, and promoted American railroad development. Along with his economic involvement, Blackmore developed concurrent cultural interests in the West and Native peoples, as well as connections with Hayden and the Smithsonian. He collected material culture and especially photographs of indigenous sitters while simultaneously involved in these ventures of land and resource extraction. The Englishman provided objects and financial backing for the creation of the photographic portrait holdings that circulated in these multi-layered volumes, the material product of institutional relationships and situations of contact across the Americas and the Atlantic world. In this paper, I will explore both the creation of the collections from which Jackson and Hayden's albums, like this one, were assembled, and this is largely a collection of photographic negatives, as well as their subsequent international dissemination, to demonstrate the way that American survey photography in the late 19th century functioned as not only a national, but a global project. Part of doing so entails situating this dizzyingly large archive within shifting settler colonial dynamics and intertwined image-making practices. A settler colonial framework acknowledges Native negotiations and situations of continued colonial encounter in North America, and denaturalizes the construct of the US nation-state expanding from Atlantic to Pacific across a quote-unquote empty West. Instead, it recognizes the long shifting borders and changing parameters of inclusion that have shaped and reshaped the Americas for centuries. And just to show you on the right, a map of indigenous nations in North America before contact, and then we see the colonial period, New France in green, in red, the English, and in orange, New Spain. And then the spread of the US nation state across what is now the continental United States, from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific coast. Along with this, charting transnational networks instead of monolithic state formations exceeds imaginations of nation and demonstrates the way US survey photography operated in the interlocking power dynamics of global race-making and colonization that defined the era. First, I read these photographs through the multi-part settler colonial activities that informed their creation and subsequent assemblage into a large state archive of Native subjects in photography under the Smithsonian. During the decades following the Civil War, this photographic compendium emerged from increasingly aggressive containment efforts towards Native populations by the US. The influx of European economic interest in the West, and this is embodied by Blackmore, and intertwined cultural collecting practices. Second, I follow 3 instances of the circulation history of these archives and albums. I interrogate how these photographs, reprinted and materially reassembled again and again from the archive of negatives, performed and continue to in new imperialist and national contexts. Okay, so I'm starting with the archival formation or creation. The project of recording Native diplomats in Washington, D.C. began earlier in the century in the medium of painting. During the 1820s, Thomas McKenney, superintendent of Indian Trade until 1822, and then commissioner of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, introduced the idea of building a collection of portraits of visiting indigenous delegates in the capital, and contracted local painter Charles Bird King to undertake the endeavor. King made the first of these canvases in the early 1820s, such as this studio study of Pawnee, Otto, Omaha, and Kansas, and Missouri tribal members. And you can see the way that they are posed at various angles in study of both physiognomy and regalia. The final works take the form of smaller individual frontal portraits articulated with saturated areas of jewel-like color. These canvases eventually hung in the Smithsonian Picture Gallery, where many of them were destroyed by a catastrophic fire in January 1864. King, however, made copies of many of the works. So if you see Charles Bird King portraits in collections today, a lot of them are the copies that he made. There's multiples of many of the sitters. He also collaborated with the writer James Hall to publish his gallery of indigenous sitters in the form of hand-colored lithographs as History of the Indian Tribes of North America. This was published in installments between 1837 and 1844. So people would subscribe and they would get installments group by group, and then they might be bound together into a full album or album set. Even before the destruction of the picture gallery, Joseph Henry, the Smithsonian's first secretary, had advocated for photography as a more suited medium to recording these incoming native visitors. Following the fire, Henry took up the issue again and proposed to Commissioner of Indian Affairs Louis Bogie in 1867 to, quote, begin anew a far more authentic and trustworthy collection of likenesses. Photographic negatives might be preserved and copies supplied at cost to any who desire them. The Indians are passing away so rapidly that but few years remain within which this can be done, end quote. The positivist value associated with early photography, in repeated accounts interpreted as materializing images through the unmediated action of nature or light, here reinforces its role in quote-unquote trustworthy preservation. And some of the earliest descriptions of photography affirm this kind of positivism. So the Pencil of Nature is one of the very first collection of photographs in an album. Another common description of photography, daguerreotype photography, is sun pictures. Interpreted as transparent, the medium might be deployed to salvage evidence of culture's, quote, rapidly passing, end quote, in archival compilations of period survey projects. The US government would not supply funding for the endeavor, but financial backing came from Blackmore on the other side of the Atlantic. Blackmore established himself in international financial circles over the course of the 1860s, following work as a lawyer in Liverpool through speculation in Mexican land grants in the US Southwest, as well as railroad developments, while simultaneously forming increasing cultural interests in indigenous peoples. His business ventures in the West are part of the vast movement of British capital to foreign markets in this period. Along with investments in the Denver and Rio Grande railroads, his most significant scheme was brokering the sale of the million-acre Sangre de Cristo land grant in southern Colorado to Dutch bankers. He made his first tour to the US in 1863, at which time he began his photography collection of native sitters. And 4 years later, he opened his own museum, the Blackmore Museum in Salisbury, England, to showcase his acquisitions. His 1868 visit, however, marked his first sojourn to the West, during which he visited the studios of both Thomas Easterly and John Fitzgibbons in St. Louis to purchase daguerreotypes. On this trip, he also met Henry and Hayden, with whom he exchanged material until his death in 1878. During this period, Blackmore began to facilitate the Smithsonian's photographic portrait collection of native sitters, first by loaning the group of pictures he was accumulating for copying, sending photographs such as this Easterly daguerreotype for the creation of copy negatives to add to the collection. So the daguerreotype would come to the Smithsonian, it would be rephotographed, and when it was rephotographed, that negative would be kept on file for these albums. From exchanges between Blackmore, Hayden, and Henry, it's clear that many of these early cased objects, daguerreotypes like the Easterlys, he never got back. And this is also confirmed by the fact that these are in the Smithsonian collections now, these daguerreotypes. Blackmore also facilitated the creation of this burgeoning collection by, second, commissioning Washington, D.C. studio photographers to record visiting Native delegations in the capital. And as these holdings grew, they came under the care of the Hayden Survey, with Jackson managing the negatives, prints from which later appeared in these albums. After Blackmore met and formed a relationship with Hayden in 1868, they embarked on a decades-long collaboration. Hayden undertook a geological appraisal of the Sangre de Cristo land grant to aid Blackmore's promotion of the territory, and the Englishman contributed substantially to Hayden's survey, helping fund the second expedition to Yellowstone in 1872, which he also accompanied. Blackmore's concurrent activities supporting the Smithsonian's expanding photography collection of native sitters by contracting studio photographers such as Alexander Gardner, so these are Alexander Gardner's, to make these pictures in the Capitol is detailed in an 1873 letter to Hayden. Blackmore writes, quote, "Gardner's photographs. I hope you have received these negatives and that they are all right. Warned by the past, I have declined to pay for them until they have all been delivered in good order. As I shall be in the United States so soon, it is scarcely worthwhile to do so, as I might as well give a check for the amount on my arrival in New York," end quote. Here, Blackmore discusses Gardner's numerous portraits made during the 1872 delegation season, such as those of Oglala Sitter's Red Cloud, Red Dog, and Lone Wolf, shown in frontal and profile views. With the creation of these works, the negatives came under the care of Jackson, and Blackmore also received groups of photographic prints and made his own albums. So this is one of Blackmore's albums, and these are at the British Museum. So this is to show you one of his albums, Red Cloud and Principal Chiefs of the Dakota, which is here, this is his title, of course, and then the two portraits of Red Cloud, or Mapia Luta. Jackson created two catalogs of these negatives as they came into the collection. The final in 1877, and made prints and assembled albums for distribution in the late 1870s, such as that sent to the Royal Anthropological Institute. The economic pursuits and movements of Blackmore shape the material contents and layout of the volumes into imagined, mobile, and constructed geographies. In September 1871, for instance, while on his third sojourn to the US and in the Southwest for Mexican land grant purchases, Blackmore visited Taos and Santa Fe. At Taos, he hired local photographer Orloff Westman to make pictures. Westman's photographs from the field fill numerous spaces of the Apache section in the album, here appearing at top center and bottom left and center. Figures appear posed in a single line, group, or individually against adobe walls or blank sky. The images have a hazy, at times blurred, hallucinatory quality, as apparent in the bottom two pictures, due to the movement of the pictured figures during the long exposure time of working with glass plate negatives, and the uneven spread of wet collodion emulsion on these plates. The technology is also the reason why in the upper center image, it's this stark blank sky. In addition to commissioning studio photographers to make pictures as he traveled, shaping the material contents of the final tomes, Blackmore corresponded with Hayden and Henry about their layout through the 1870s. Along with Blackmore's framing role in the creation of these albums, the textual catalog of negatives compiled by Jackson and Hayden was also meant to structure reading of the photographs and emphasizes salvage, assimilation, and containment. Many of the volumes that Jackson assembled contain the catalog cut up and pasted directly into the pages alongside the photographs, generating a direct relationship between text and image. In the Royal Anthropological Institute version, only the photographs appear on the sheets with no text, but the catalog was meant to be read with the images. Even without the guiding words, the photographic sequences convey the subtext of assimilation and the aims of these policies, especially in tandem with the larger political and cultural surround of the period. These issues come across plainly, very clearly in the section on the Pawnee, which contains multiple images of tribal children at Euro-American schools. The Pawnee had faced decades of enforced acculturation efforts and erosion of their sovereignty by this time, which had begun as early as the 1830s. By 1871, when Jackson's pictures were made at the Pawnee Reservation, Quakers had taken over their agency and were running the Reservation Day School. The school is pictured in the album, and these photographs of young students appear posed, seated, and standing in orchestrated tableau taken outside of the school. The boys wear short haircuts that they were forced to take on in this quote-unquote education process, and many of the girls don calico dresses, which they learn to make in such schools, along with other gendered-based skills, domestic skills, in kind of Euro-American constructs of gender. So now that I've talked about the formation of these archives and some of the central themes in text and image, I want to bring you through 3 contexts of circulation. And the first of these is the circulation of this album to France. So Hayden and Jackson, what is clear from this particular iteration is that they would first distribute the textual catalog. And this is evident in the archives of the Paris album set, in response to which interested parties might order a copy, order the works. So the text served as a sort of advertisement or promotion for the final photographic compilations produced. Dissemination of these photographic volumes gave the survey visibility on an international scale and indicates the fierce competition between the post-Civil War Western surveys, the leaders of which sought through such projects to gain an international reputation and continued congressional support. So in these post-Civil War surveys, which I'm sure a number of you are familiar with, pictures would be shown as part of renewing funding from year to year, asking for more funding from Congress. So they're part of this whole sort of operation, right? Both Hayden and John Wesley Powell, the 2 survey leaders working under the Interior Department, transmitted the work of their survey photographers on a vast global scale. These exchanges were heavily linked to the culture of the era's international expositions as well. So this is very linked to World's Fair culture when these things are disseminated and shown and also requested. And that is the case with this album set. So Hayden received a request for this album, which is now in France at the Musée du Quai Branly, for display in the 1878 Exposition Universelle. In response to this inquiry, he appears to have sent along Jackson's descriptive catalog. For Dr. Paul Tapinard, secretary of the committee for the exhibition, followed up in early 1878. So this is his letter, and you just see the part here that is underlined as I read the quote. So he writes, quote, "The members of the committee have received the catalog of photographs you had the kindness to send, and would be exceedingly pleased if you would send to Paris for our exhibition of anthropology the whole set, underlined, of your splendid American types," end quote. Jackson, however, was unable to finish these ambitious books in time for the fair, as the official catalog for the exposition lists only a selection of the photographs from the archives, shown in the American section with reproductions of Pueblo dwelling and pottery, multiple Pueblo dwellings. He most likely did not complete the larger album set because the construction of the tomes was a major physical undertaking. You have to think of making photographic prints, cutting them out, pasting them in with the catalog. And the Société d'Anthropologie's Register of Archives documents a message from Hayden received in March 1878 that indicates how extensive he intended the work to be. It reads that he will send, quote, "an atlas containing 2,000 ethnographic subjects for the anthropological exhibition and for the library of the society afterwards," end quote. This ultimately materialized as the 2-volume set of around 900 photographs that arrived January 1879. The 2-volume set made for the Société d'Anthropologie, in contrast to the version that I started out with in London, contains sequences of visual and textual material in tandem together, containing on average 6 photographs per recto, and you can see that in both of these open photographs of the album. The interplay of this media may be read for both the central narratives it conveys and emphasizes, and in turn, some of the points of interest most likely garnered by the 19th century French viewers, for whom it was specifically assembled. Beyond the particular differences in the disparate iterations of the album sets, the overarching organizing principle of the project, based on the textual catalog, is linguistic family and then tribe. As illustrated through details of the catalog cut out and pasted into the French volumes, Jackson and Hayden described a larger language group followed by different tribes under this heading. So this is through a 19th century anthropological lens, obviously, and is designed for kind of comparative looking, right, this desire to look. When these volumes joined the Société d'Anthropologie, they entered a collection and intellectual milieu heavily grounded in the study of physical anthropology and notions of racial typology, which were inextricably linked to the colonial project of the era. Aiming to determine the supposedly natural hierarchy of the races through comparative anatomy, this pursuit relied upon the compilation and analysis of anatomical materials as well as representational objects, such as photographs, casts, and sculptures. Photography occupied a central role in shaping the racial imagination and formations of the period. I would argue creating these kind of racial ideas and ways of seeing in the 19th century. And Native Americans appeared in this context of the society along with France's own colonial subjects, analyzed for their alleged place along the continuum of human development. So this is, relating to some of the things that JR talked about, talking about these intersecting contexts of the colonial project. This is the period where French colonization of North Africa has happened, but moving across North and into West Africa will really explode between the 1880s and up until the time of World War I. So we must also remember in this the relationship to these objects and the meanings of these photographs in this context, that France had an over 2-century-long colonial presence and activity in North America, with New France at its height in the 18th century, stretching from the Hudson Bay in the north to the Gulf of Mexico in the south. From France's earliest explorations of the Atlantic coast in the 16th century, indigenous Americans and their representations traversed the Atlantic, forming colonial imaginaries in the metropole. In the 19th century, George Catlin toured his Indian gallery in Paris in the mid-1840s, comprised of approximately 500 canvases and Iowa followed by Ojibwe performers. Catlin's project, based on numerous trips up the Missouri River in the 1830s, typifies the salvage impulse of the period, created, as he emphasized, to preserve what he believed were allegedly disappearing lifeways. And these captured the attention of romantic artists in France like Eugène Delacroix, Charles Baudelaire, and George Sand. Linked to these colonial imaginaries regarding the Americas, the French album set ends with an extensive section featuring Jackson's photographs of the US Southwest, followed by a large sequence of Désiré Charnay prints. So Désiré Charnay is a French photographer who was funded by the French government to photograph extensively in Mexico and photograph archaeological sites, basically Mayan ruins, so ruins from pre-contact America. So both of these subjects emphasize the antiquity of North America, and Jackson's photographs of the Southwest include pictures of ancestral Puebloan sites that transition into views of contemporary Pueblo communities, extensively focusing on Hopi, one of the oldest continuously occupied sites in the Americas. The section ends with a group of photographs such as these, picturing objects described as being from both modern and ancient pueblos, arrayed for careful study, as though in a museum display, and corresponding to the Pueblo objects shown at the 1878 Paris Exposition Universelle, for which this album was requested. So following these images, a sequence of Charnay prints of Mayan sites in the Yucatan appear, following on the theme of the pre-contact cultures across the Americas. Okay, so that is the set in France. And now I want to show you the circulation in another iteration, another sort of album and a set of albums to the Ottoman Empire. So In this example of circulation, I show you one album from an ongoing decade-and-a-half-long photographic gift exchange between American and Ottoman powers, assembled from the photographs in this archive. So it's clear that this was going on, this kind of assemblage and dissemination was going on into the 1880s, because this begun in 1883 and lasted through the 1890s, this exchange. This is the topic of my collaborative project that Emily Burns mentioned with an Ottomanist, Dr. Aaron Hyde-Nolan, who specializes in Ottoman photography of this period. The American pictures offered in this material interchange are staggering in the volume of photographs dispersed from both sides of the Atlantic and Mediterranean. The American pictures principally feature indigenous peoples and the nation's western territories. Opening the album for, quote, His Majesty the Sultan, end quote, for example, the sequence begins with albumin prints of Zuni Pueblo by U.S. survey photographer John K. Hillers. The works include ceremonial subjects, such as that of a women's dance, which I'm not showing here, in which 2 rows of figures stand in diagonal across the central plaza, enveloped by adobe structures populated by onlookers. Interwoven with these ceremonial images is a photograph of Zuni school children seated and standing against a wall, with 2 figures in Euro-American dress standing above on either side. The rendering points to the government-enforced project of native assimilation in this period through reservation-based day and national boarding schools. The interplay of these images signals the paradoxes and tensions of U.S. representations of native peoples at this time between kind of preservation and showcasing and violent erasure and containment. The native portraits in the album, with the exception of the Zuni pictures at the opening, largely comprise delegation photographs, again, of indigenous diplomats in Washington, D.C., to negotiate treaties, such as this of an 1888 Crow delegation. Interspersed with these indigenous portraits are landscapes of Western spaces, calculatedly framed as empty, untamed, and symphonic. In alternating the delegation photographs with these magisterial and unpopulated views, such as a series of waterfalls in Yellowstone, the album naturalizes the course of U.S. expansion and belies or hides the forms of aggressive contact and erasure from which it proceeded. These pictures emphasize an abundance of resources and possibilities and communicate the sublime aspects of American wilderness. Jackson frames these spaces to emphasize monumentality and wonder. Here, the shadow of the foreground lifts to an illuminated focus above on the cascading water pouring through the towers of surrounding rocks. In transnational circulation, especially as the U.S. emerged increasingly on an international stage in the decades following the Civil War, such pictures function to construct a distinctive, usable past and heritage through the monuments and sites of nature. As the albums unfold, the native portraits recede, concentrated at the volume's beginning, to be replaced with images of the architectural seats of government, the progression communicating national self-presentation based on consolidation, incorporation, and surveillance. Indigenous delegates in Washington, in fact, toured buildings such as the U.S. Capitol, part of the country's tactics of communicating resources, power, and culture. The last delegation photographs in the volume picture Lakota sitters, among the last native peoples in the U.S. circumscribed onto reservations in the 1870s, and who were during this time in the mid-1880s when this album was sent, negotiating the further reduction of these lands. The inclusion of these portraits alongside structures such as the U.S. Capitol insinuates colonial containment and the advancement of the imperial project. National presentation through such photographic ensembles functioned on a global scale, as the U.S. sought to project itself as an emergent international power. Such compilations circulated throughout Europe, as I've shown, the Americas, and Asia, as in this context. So just to gesture towards some of the questions of our project, which I think, again, have a conversation with JR's exhibition, we are thinking about the arrival of these American pictures at the Ottoman court in the 1880s and the material and conceptual conversations that they started with Abdul Hamid II, the Sultan at that time, his own large-scale photographic survey initiative. Just as the text below the Zuni photograph appears in both English and Turkish, I don't know if you can see that, but there is an English title and then a Turkish title underneath. We are exploring the imaginative translation of this US material through Abdul Hamid II's efforts to document his empire's multi-part territories, which were multi-ethnic, multilingual, and vast. And this was also a time period in the Ottoman Empire, as my colleague talks about in this project, where there was a formulation of sort of much more rigid social identities around what it meant to be Ottoman, what it meant to be Turkish. And there is a reciprocal gift of albums of survey photographs sent by the Ottoman Sultan in the 1890s, and that's now in the Library of Congress. So the last part of my presentation is about the circulation of these pictures back to or in the indigenous nations represented within them. So if Blackmore's economic activities and Hayden and Jackson's framing texts structure the material layout of the albums, so equally do the sovereignty struggles of individual delegation visits, where the majority of the photographs in this compilation were made. Delegates who made trips to the capital were usually leaders or high-ranking members of their community chosen to represent them and fulfill the diplomatic role of negotiating fraught political circumstances, often aimed at territorial dispossession. Those that made numerous trips became increasingly adept at dealing with the US government, and particularly Bureau of Indian Affairs officials with whom they interfaced during visits. The government initiated delegation visits with an official invitation to the chosen native nation, and their agent or another assigned administrator usually selected tribal members to go as representatives. By the mid-19th century, the itinerary of these delegates in Washington followed a more or less established pattern, with a stop at a photographer's studio an integral part. Although this endeavor ceased during the Civil War, it gained momentum again in the late 1860s, during the period in which Blackmore became involved with the Smithsonian's collection and westward expansion accelerated. These methods of diplomacy followed a long tradition that predated US independence, in which European powers invited and escorted groups of native leaders to their capitals in order to secure friendship and alliance. And of course, I show an example here of Joseph Brant, who made multiple trips to London during the time period of the 7 years of French and Indian War. And his visits and his multiple representations demonstrate, in paint and in print, demonstrate that during the 17th and 18th centuries, when competing European colonial interests depended on indigenous allegiance, native delegations traveling to the capitals on the other side of the Atlantic often received a great deal of publicity and gifts. These photographs are therefore part of a longer history of diplomatic representation, as well as the creation and exchange of material culture that occurred during such encounters, gift exchange. Although the negotiating powers of sitters was increasingly circumscribed with the move to the reservation period, as well as changes in legislation around treaty making, tribal groups exercised volition by bringing their own understandings of sovereignty to these visits. The largest space in the collection of negatives overall and the resulting volumes is occupied by Northern Plains and specifically Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota sitters, so as called Sioux during this period. And they're represented by these here. And so these pictures and the kind of density coming from these tribal nations embody the contestation and embody contestation and counter the framing narrative that these nations are rapidly transforming into aspects of an American past. In the textual catalog, Hayden emphasized this notion of salvage, writing, quote, "The value of such a graphic record of the past," right, this is his language, "increases year by year, and there will remain no more trustworthy evidence of what the Indians have been than that afforded by these faithful sun pictures," end quote. This mass of photographs of Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota sitters, however, manifests the ongoing contemporaneous struggle of these communities in the period's so-called Indian Wars. The sheer volume of these works, such as this one by Antonio Zeno Schindler of Yankton, Dakota from 1868, all shown holding pipes and beaded pipe bags, objects culturally fundamental to negotiation, results from the great number of delegations coming from these nations to the capital during the building of these collections in the 1860s and 70s. Although the catalog largely avoids description of these contemporary conflicts, favoring instead narratives of the remote past, peaceful coexistence, or containment, the photographs materialize the denseness of these struggles underway. Delegation pictures, such as the numerous made by Gardner in the 1870s of these groups, and here's one of Hunkpapa Lakota made, a group of pictures of Hunkpapa Lakota made by Gardner, embody this process of exchange in larger territorial disputes. The photographic sitting, like political negotiation, offered a possibility of self and tribal presentation within increasingly constricted structures of being. Oglala leader Red Cloud, or Mapialuta, shown here at top left and center, embodies this presence in the work of resistance to U.S. settler colonial policies and the reduction of tribal sovereignty, first through militancy and later diplomacy. At the time of the signing of the Fort Laramie Treaty in 1868, Red Cloud was internationally known and held a great deal of negotiating power. By 1867, full-scale violence had developed in what was called Sioux territory between tribal communities and Euro-American travelers coming through the region. The government built forts along roads through the territory, and Red Cloud became notorious in these conflicts for raids on the structures and an attack on the U.S. military. He refused to sign the Fort Laramie Treaty, which formed the Great Sioux Reservation again in 1868, until certain provisions, such as the destruction of the forts, were met by the U.S. government. Following this treaty, Red Cloud undertook 4 delegation visits to Washington between 1870 and 1877, during the second of which, 1872, these Gardner photographs were made. His first delegation photographs, these were funded by Blackmore, who actually appears with Red Cloud in one of them. So you see that on the right. In multiple correspondences with Hayden and Henry, Blackmore inquires about Red Cloud, indicating his international reputation. In July 1870, for example, Blackmore writes to Hayden, quote, "I hope that good photographs have been made of Red Cloud, Spotted Tail, and the other Indians who have recently traveled to Washington. Gardner takes the best photographs," end quote. In the photograph of the two of them, Blackmore stands in a dark overcoat while Red Cloud sits, eyes downturned in Gardner's tasseled studio chair. Red Cloud wears gloves, and the two join hands, right hands, as if performing a handshake. The gesture appeals a portrayal as Red Cloud's hand remains limp with fingers closed while Blackmore grips it. This corresponding page-long entry in the textual catalog emphasizes that Red Cloud has by this time given up his military sort of contestation. But one can read in this staged encounter the leader continuing to work within the settler colonial system to maintain Lakota sovereignty. And so what we're talking about during the 1870s is, during his 4 visits to Washington, is when basically the Fort Laramie Treaty is broken from 1868, and the lands that you see here, this is as defined by the Fort Laramie Treaty, are reduced down to what you see on the right in red, present-day reservation land. So this happens over the course of the 1870s and 80s, and of course we have, through this time period, the loss of sacred lands and spaces that is still, fiercely contested today. So I want to conclude just by gesturing towards the way that sovereignty struggles are embodied and negotiated not only in these photographs, but with them in a material sense, as they operate within and return to the archives, cultural preservation offices, and other spaces of the contemporary Native nations represented within them. There is also documentation that some of these photographs were given to sitters when they were made in the 19th century. Charles Bird King also gave copies of his painted pictures in smaller format to the sitters as well, so they were circulating in this context in the 19th century too. So I want to conclude with Wendy Redstar's work that directly revisits this delegation visit, this Crow delegation visit in 1880. This is from the album sent to the Ottoman Sultan. And this is Redstar's work with the Crow delegation portraits in the archive. So this is the archive she's working with. I would argue that her work with the Crow delegation series material reenacts this circulation history and its epistemological making through Aboriginally based terms of knowledge. Unearthing the traces of her ancestors' delegation visit to Washington in 1880 in the form of these portraits were found in the labyrinth of U.S. government archives. Redstar rephotographs, enlarges, and reauthors these pictures. Here, her clan leader, Medicine Crow, appears seated in the formal scroll-backed studio chair of Charles Milton Bell, outlined with the attenuated graphic lines and notes of her red ink. Delineating the contours of Medicine Crow's regalia and detailing the tribal meanings of its forms in neighboring text, Redstar seizes the authority claims of the 19th century maker and the associated aims of legibility and preservation in such period photographic initiatives and archival formations. She demonstrates the multifaceted readability and salience of these objects, where through her lens, details such as the ermine on the sitter's shirt means he has, quote, captured a gun, as is annotated, and he was, quote, a successful war leader, as indicated by ermine on his leggings. So one of the things she was looking at here was the specific regalia that communicated the 4 coups that he had achieved, which was part of his status in his community. Redstar has undertaken extensive research related to this visit, rooted in intergenerational knowledge growing up in the Crow community in present-day Montana on the reservation. She's also looked at local collections and period sources, which relates to the work of remembering and meaning-making that goes on in Native community archiving and counter-archiving across the contemporary United States. In a piece published by Redstar along with Shannon Vittoria in Panorama, called in an edited group of essays that I worked on with my colleague Monica Bravo, called Rereading American Photographs, Redstar and Vittoria present this research in relation to the Crow delegation portraits to argue that in their visits, these sitters actively fashion themselves as independent leaders of a sovereign nation. So she demonstrates all the ways in which this is the case. She demonstrates this through the way that the sitters enacted their sovereignty in self-presentation, the clothing they chose to wear, but also their negotiations with President Rutherford B. Hayes, and there's sort of transcripts of this negotiation that's woven into the piece. And these conversations are followed by community council, and an agreement finally met in 1882, which redraws reservation lines. So Redstar's interventionist practice with these representations embodies the way that elaborations of sovereignty by tribal nations through these photographs are not merely part of their past, they're not merely part of their visual content, but continues in a material sense in an unfinished and unreconciled present. control over archives and representations of Native nations, and in a sense, the sort of history that is remembered, right, mirrors ongoing and systemic colonial power dynamics in the contemporary United States. The work of finding, assembling, and re-engaging photographs and practices like this one enacts a visual sovereignty, as theorized, of course, by Jolene Ricard, a rejection of settler state-sanctioned forms of authority in favor of native terms of elaborating self, culture, and nation. So I've given you, 3 case studies for the sort of transnational circulation and histories of these objects, as well as the archives formation. And I hope that I've shown in conclusion that the way in which these objects perform in a constellation of imperial and national formations across space and time. Along with this, we should think about how the archive is a living formation that is made and remade. And in this last example, demonstrating the way that the remaking of colonial archives embodies pasts that are present and lived and unfinished. So part of this work, right, is the indigenous working through an epistemological reauthoring of such objects that's part of a much larger project of sovereignty, autonomy, and the recognition of human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Volker.
Yeah.
Okay. While we're gathering comment cards, I had a quick question for you. I was wondering if you could speak more to contemporary responses from these communities regarding these albums, and if they are in tribal community centers or cultural centers, like how they're displayed, or if they're displayed, if they're accessible, the curatorial processes involved with the tribal communities' collections. If that makes sense.
So I can only speak from my experience in research that I've done at Pine Ridge at the Oglala Lakota College. And so I've mostly done research there related to another one of my chapters on photography and Wild West performance. But I've also talked to the archivist there, Tawa Ducheneau, about delegation photographs and some of the elders, one elder in particular who I've worked with, Stella Ironcloud, and who's really interested in photography. And I'd say there's like an ambivalence about how people got chosen to go on these visits, like who it was that was making the choices about the group of delegates. That is one thing I've heard, but they are there. Yeah. So there is a collection of objects in the Oglala Lakota College archives that have been sourced from various places. So there's some historical photographic prints, but there's also some that have come back sort of digitally repatriated, like sent. But there are delegation photographs, for instance, hanging in one of the casinos, in the college archives. I think there's a way of, just based on my experiences there, just thinking about them through their own histories, right? Their own histories of sovereignty.
Yeah, and having sovereignty over those histories.
And images, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Going along with that, there's a question about if these images were displayed at the Smithsonian and how they were displayed, if so.
Yeah, so before the time period I'm talking about in the 1860s, so before William Henry Jackson gets involved, there was an exhibition of some of these works. So as I hope you could tell, there are many photographers who are contributing to this archives, and there are some that are directly contributing, but there are also There's the creation of copy negatives. So this is very multi-layered, very many hands. But in the period in the 1860s, there was an exhibition of some of the earlier photographs in this collection, and the person who's really worked on that collection and they're exhibiting is the former archivist at National Anthropological Archives at the Smithsonian Institution, and her name is Paula Fleming, and she's done a ton of work on that. So she wrote a whole book called the Schindler Catalog, which is like foundational about the organization of these archives and things and how they were shown. But I would say largely these things are also shown in World's Fair culture. So at the Philadelphia Centennial, for instance, there is a whole section of these photographs from this archive that are shown as glass transparencies. And I know, for instance, John K. Hiller's photographs, some of them were made as glass transparencies that are then hand-colored. And they're shown throughout this entire kind of circuit of World's Fair and international exposition culture, not just in the US, but globally. So that's one of the big ways that they're circulating. These are also, pictures like this are also produced, especially of individual sitters, are produced as cabinet cards. Like, there's a way in which they are part of a state archive, but they pretty quickly slip into a whole image world, right, across different formats, and are recontextualized. The text might change, things like that.
And would you say the same is true with the boarding school imagery, with the circulation of the class pictures and the faculty pictures outside of the school that you showed?
Yeah, so those are shown and disseminated in the same context. And for instance, I mean, at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, which we're about to hear about, there's an entire model Indian school and like boarding school exhibition where photographs, as well as many other objects, like there's object worlds and lessons around these ideas, racialized ideas and the project of assimilation, and the photographs are definitely part of that. Yeah.
Thank you. This one says, what do you make of the emphasis on archaeological material for France versus landscapes and images of the US and the Ottoman Empire? So archaeological material.
The archaeological material?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I have worked much more on the portraiture, and actually that's something I'm thinking through more, is the ideas of time that are obviously central to looking at these sites in the pre-contact Americas. But I can say in France that this is a time period when archaeology is being codified, and so a photographer like Charnay, photographers in France that are making archaeological photographs might also be collecting objects, right? Like in these kind of power dynamics of the period and forming collections. I know that was absolutely the case for some of the French photographers in the Holy Land and in North Africa that were making archaeological photographs. So I think there's a related but different set of issues. And when looking at, I would say there's more emphasis in the French material on archaeological sites in their survey practices than in the United States, which is more what we would, traditionally term ethnographic.
Yeah, it's interesting how you see these archaeological references in the work of multiple American artists at this time. Sculpture specifically with Daniel Chester French and the Four Continents, and the throne of the personification of America being a reference to Mayan hieroglyphics, Mayan script. The last question we have is, from the reprinted images and multiple iterations, is translation and mistranslation a useful tool for this material?
I think translation is a really useful tool. I think mistranslation is interesting because it implies maybe that there's some definite truth, right? But I favor to think about the way in which photography is a multivalent medium that takes on meanings through its contexts and the discourses that surround it. But certainly we could think about the way in which the meaning for the sort of nation-to-nation meaning, right, like becomes mistranslated when these things are circulating without names of sitters as cabinet cards, right, with rather kind of the language of a type, right, which happens in the 19th century. But I think, you know, this is an archive that is pulled from, drawn from in all sorts of ways, and that those translations need to be considered based on like attendant framing discourses and politics and histories, I think.
Thank you. I think that concludes our Q&A. Thank you, Dr. Folker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. I've had a couple of requests for a break at this point, so we're just going to pause and we'll pick up again at about 3:05. If you need to run to the restroom, it's just fastest probably through this door here. And if you just want to stand up and stretch too, that'd be great. And we'll start up again at about 3:05. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. We are back around 3:05, so we will come back together. Thank you again for being with us this afternoon and for your questions. I also neglected to note online, for people following on YouTube, you are welcome to post questions in the chat. There are students watching the live feed, and so if you do have questions, we can easily transmit them into our space. So please join us, and thank you for watching from where you are. So now we will turn to our final talk for today, which is going to be delivered by Danica Medak-Saltzman. She is an assistant professor of women and gender studies and a faculty affiliate in Native American and Indigenous Studies and the Center for Global Indigenous Cultures and Environmental Justice, which is a new center at Syracuse University. With broad transnational scope, Danica focuses on what she calls inter-imperial intimacies in case studies that interweave transnational indigenous dialogues crossing North America and Japan. And this comprises her current book project, which is presently titled Inter-Imperial Intimacies, Native People, Visual Culture, and Colonial Projects in the U.S. and Japan. Her American Quarterly article, which was called Transnational Indigenous Exchange, Rethinking Global Interactions of Indigenous People at the 1904 St. Louis Exposition, was awarded the most thought-provoking article in Native American and Indigenous Studies by the Native American and Indigenous Studies Association in 2012. And this is truly one of my favorite articles, and I have students reading it every semester, and I love talking about it with them. In this close reading of photographs and experiences of Ainu and Patagonia performers in the Louisiana Purchase Exposition in 1904, Medak-Saltzman productively asserts the importance of, and here I quote from her article at length, recognizing indigenous resistance as a continual part of Native negotiations with colonial regimes, and considering how moments of colonial celebrations of empire may have inadvertently served anti-colonial purposes by presenting indigenous participants with opportunities to interact across larger distances than had been practical or possible in the past. So to hear about inter-imperial intimacies, please join me in welcoming Danica Medak-Saltzman.
Can you hear me? No. How about now? No. Testing, 1, 2. No? It's not on? I have it. It's on now? Okay, awesome, great. Thank you so much. So first, I just want to thank you all for being here. I'd love to thank Dr. Emily Burns for that amazing introduction. I am humbled and honored and have really been looking forward to talking with you all and sharing this aspect of my larger book project. It is large and wide-ranging, so hopefully you'll bear with me, and I think I've provided enough structure that it should be easier to follow than perhaps one might think. All right. So, in March of 2020, conversations with family, colleagues, and dear friends became almost exclusively an experience mediated by screens. While I'm grateful, of course, that technology and various communities worked so hard to keep us connected, grounded, and attempted to keep senses of isolation at bay, even if momentarily, at the same time, there's only so much the screens can do, right? And screen fatigue is real. So a lot of my friends and I just started large group text chains just to kind of stay in touch. And on one of these text chains, a friend mentioned that she felt like the pandemic had left us all unmoored in space and time, which resonates again with what Emily Burns was saying a moment ago when she introduced this afternoon panel, thinking about unmoored in space and time. And it not only, this framing of being unmoored in space and time not only spoke to the unique and unprecedented experience that was life in the early COVID-19 pandemic, but it also resonated with me in terms of materials relating to castaway experiences I was then beginning to consider incorporating into my larger book project too. Unmoored in space and time also seemed to astutely capture how notions of the West that were gathered here to consider in an expansive way today have rendered the figure of the Indian out of time, out of place, and out of the way. Which leads me to thinking about these castaways. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about this, that when we're thinking of castaways, the immediate image, if you can get Tom Hanks. Yeah, they both have these movies. So Tom Hanks, you can get Tom Hanks's face out of the way, you often will end up with images of help on a beach, their prime Lego sets, and of course, lovely labels for Castaway India Pale Ale. So one of the things that I found particularly interesting and generative about this is that when one is unmoored in space and time, thinking about that you are adrift at sea, right? Your whereabouts are unknown. You are surely isolated. And I also think that there's a way that which becomes lost at sea also becomes lost and vanished and unseen. It becomes invisible in a way even as it exists, which again, I'm finding particularly resonant with my examination of visual culture and representations of Native people as absent or absented. And so also, the idea of a deserted island goes hand in hand with the idea of a castaway, right? And I can't help but think about this idea of a deserted island as part of a terra nullius fantasy, right? These empty wildernesses where we can go and take over and use and exploit the land in as many ways as possible. It speaks to a very particular understanding of relations to land, relations to place, relations to community that I think are particularly telling. And being a castaway can be understood as being both then a nightmare and a fantasy, because if it's a settler fantasy on some level, it's also a nightmare of the realities of experiencing an experience of shipwreck or castawayness. I also like the idea of thinking about flotsam and jetsam as one of the things that comes up when you think about castaway. It's kind of the detritus that floats up on shore, and you can't quite predict what they are. And I also think that speaks very clearly to one of the instances of castawayness that I will be sharing in a moment. So I have an orienting outline just to kind of make sure that it's clear what I'm trying to do here. So I'm going to start by defining inter-imperiality and radical relationality, what I mean by this and whose work I'm using when I'm talking about this. I also want to provide a little bit of information, background information on Edo, Japan, also called Tokugawa, Japan, and the Ainu people, because I know that this is something that's new to many, many people. So I also want to then switch to talking about what I mean by inter-imperial theater and trans-Pacific Wests. I'll then think about castaways as the anchor points. We've talked a little bit about castaways of history, but I will return to that as well. And then I'm going to share the specific story of the three Kichis, who are one instance of castaway. And then Ronald McDonald, who was a Chinook adventurer. I know he probably conjured burger chain images and funny clowns. No, this predates that. It's Ranald McDonald, and he's a Chinook adventurer. But I always find that if I don't name it right away, people are like, do you know? And I'm like, you can't not know. This is America. And McDonald's is, yes, ever present, indeed. And so then I'll talk about the strange tale of the Castaways Kabuki play briefly and move into what I see happening at the 1904 St. Louis Exposition and kind of wrap up with my understanding of transnational indigenous exchange. So hopefully that will help out. All right, so Laura Doyle has written a book about inter-imperiality, and I really have found this framing to be incredibly generative. She says that inter-imperiality, quote, offers a trans-historical, oh no, this is a quote from American Literature, a review of her book, which says that her book, quote, offers a trans-historical, interdisciplinary, intersectional, and decolonial analysis of the relational processes that constitute imperial powers and individual lives, enmeshed in shifting entanglements that enable coercion and violence as well as care and community. Aiming to, quote, honor the struggles and the sustaining practices that are elided when this existential interdependence is disavowed, Doyle chronicles a longue durée of dialectical state and identity co-formation that spans the 11th to 20th centuries. I think another reason I like that particular quote is it's a longer period of time that it spans, and so I feel like maybe my project is more focused than sometimes I worry it might seem. I've also found Laura Doyle's provocative reframing about how we can think about the past to be useful for thinking about the real and imagined role that indigeneity and indigenous peoples and settler desires played in early and ongoing US-Japan relations. And this is, here I'm gesturing to a different part of the project, but I will provide you what you need to understand. I also think that inter-imperiality on some level is also speaking to what many in Native studies have been calling radical relationality. And radical relationality orients us in relation to our interconnected and interdependent world. It's a value held in common across Indigenous communities. And as Indigenous feminist scholars Katja Risling-Baldy, who's Hupa, Yurok, and Karuk, and Melanie Yazzie, who's Diné, have called radical relationality, quote, the ontology of keeping ourselves open to the possibility of making new relatives as one of the essential functions of life and indeed decolonization. So now that we have those kind of 2 points for understanding the way I'm thinking about all of this as interconnected, as a honeycomb, as we heard it described earlier today, I'm going to shift to just providing that brief background on Japan for us. So here's Japan. And as you can see, the top island is Ainu Moshir. It's now called Hokkaido. And it, at the time that we're talking about, is not officially part of Japan. Even if it periodically, they attempt to claim it, it's still very securely in Ainu hands. And then the bottom 3 islands, Kyushu, Shikoku, and Honshu, are Japan's 3 main islands at the time. And so Japan had closed itself to trade with all Western nations except the Dutch between 1639 and 1854 because of concerns about the spread of Christianity and foreign influence. No one was allowed in or out under penalty of death. Now, this was an unevenly applied penalty of death, but it was a very real possibility penalty of death. And as time went on, they got a little less strict sometimes in the ways that they were enforcing it, but you couldn't count on that. So another thing to know about when Japan closes or leading up to Japan closing is that that's the samurai era, right? This period that they're closed, samurai, it's a feudal form of government with military leaders and a very hierarchical society. And there was a lot of concern. The reason that they closed in the first place was because Portuguese and Spanish and lots of other European nations were coming and trying to bring Christianity to Japan, and they saw very quickly that it was having an undesirable impact as far as they were concerned, controlling the way people were thinking, having it be different from what was accepted and understood in Japan, and that this was the reason that they decided, you know what, Europe is going after and colonizing and having colony ports and franchise colonialism all over Asia. This is not something we want to be part of, and they decided to close. So, of course, this fueled the fascination of those in Europe and later the United States, because this idea that a country could close to the West, that's a powerful statement of sovereignty, right? And I'm also realizing that off of this map, you can't quite see, it would be off the map, are the Ryukyu Island chain, which is home of the indigenous Ryukyuan people of what is now southern Japan. And the Ainu Moshir is the homeland of the indigenous Ainu people of the north of Japan. So, Indigenous people of Japan. So I wanted to provide this because it feels inadequate to say that, oh, that one island was Ainu Moshir, because that is actually much more extensive. Contemporarily, when people say Ainu Moshir, they now refer only to Hokkaido. But the dark red shows us where the territory was historically. The pink is where people suspect that territory was a very long time ago, but that eventually there were wars and people got pushed further north. We've got some Ainu artwork here. Unfortunately, it's unlabeled in terms of our uncredited, but it is representative of Ainu traditional embroidery and use of Ainu traditional patterns that I thought was important to share. And of course, because always we want to be sure to remind everyone that Native peoples are alive and well, this is an image of contemporary Ainu women singing and dancing that appeared not too long ago in the Japan Times. So, inter-imperial theater. What do I mean by inter-imperial theater? One of the things that happens with the conventions of thinking about history and the ways that we think about history is that it binds time in very specific ways, right? We talk about it as periodization, right? Well, what periodization also does is it over-privileges certain perspectives and certain desires of what they want us to know and pay attention to. And so, for a long time when I first started my work, because it spans both periodizations within Japan, I'm between the Edo period and the Meiji period, and then into a more contemporary moment. And I also do this with American history. There were people that were having a hard time kind of understanding what I was trying to do, and I was like, all right, I have to explode this idea that we can think about history in these isolated chunks of time, right? Because when we eliminate those periodizations, we often are able to see continuances across time and space that are otherwise obscured or rendered anomalous and unimportant. So, they have the tendency to privilege nation-state goals, perspectives, and concerns, and I believe that they limit our ability to think about influences, confluences, and the multiplicity of indigenous experiences. What happens if we shift from an area studies or military history framing of the Pacific theater to thinking about an inter-imperial theater, right? Taking and not overly privileging a very particular kind of US imperial force narrative that to claim a Pacific theater would immediately conjure. So this is partly why I'm thinking inter-imperial theater is useful for myself. So now to kind of get into the nitty-gritty parts that I think are the most interesting to share with you today. So I'm going to be talking about Trans-Pacific Wests, thinking about there are three intertwining castaway narratives. I'm only really focusing on two, but they're going to serve as kind of anchor points in our talk today. And these three intertwining castaway narratives take place over a 16-year period between 1832 and 1848, and they each involve trans-Pacific travel between the US and Japan, and are always kind of talked about as isolated, or even if they're talked about as an experience of castawayness, there are some elements of these stories that have been so overwritten as to be almost impossible to recover, right? So, the first is the 1832 Japanese boat lost at sea for 14 months. And if I go back to the Japan slide for a second, I just want to point out that there's a really small little peninsula right here. And I actually did a homestay on that small peninsula. And that happens to be the very same peninsula where these fishermen originated their trip, and they were trying to just travel along the coast, because one of the ways Japan managed to keep out foreigners but also keep in their own residents was by outlawing the construction of boats that could actually be open ocean boats. They had to stick close to the shore. Unfortunately, the boat that these people were traveling on was carrying rice and porcelain, and it was headed towards what's now today called Tokyo, but at the time was called Edo. And a typhoon strikes. Their mast is cracked in half and falls apart, and their rudder as well. And they're stuck, and I don't know how many people are familiar with the Pacific Ocean currents and what happens, so I'm just going to kind of illustrate that here, where it says Pacific Ocean, and then you have Hawaii, if you draw a circle around there, there's something called a North Pacific gyre. It circulates. And this is where they were stuck for so long, for 14 months. And then somehow they managed to get out of the gyre, and they drifted up on the Pacific Northwest coast. And I'll give you more details about that momentarily. The second example is from 1841, when a Japanese castaway was picked up on an island not too far outside of Japan, but because it was outside of Japan, the fisherman knew that he would not be able to go back to Japan. And so when a friendly American whaling ship goes by, he flags them down. They bring him back to Japan. Back to Massachusetts. He studies English, and that's about all we're going to talk about him today. And then we have the 1848 Chinook Scotsman who plays castaway to enter a closed Japan. And these two, the first and the third, are my favorites here. So I want to tell you about them, and I hope my enthusiasm will carry me through here. So there were three castaways. Their names were Otokichi, Kyukichi, and Iwakichi. There were actually more like 40 people on the boat, but only 3 of them survived. And they washed up on the shores of Makah Nation in their boat, mastless and rudderless. Now, the 3 Kichis had managed to survive using the porcelain that they were carrying and the rice that they were carrying. Who knows how they managed to cook it, but they did manage to survive on fish and rice. Unfortunately, with lack of access to vegetables and vitamin C, of course, they were scurvy-ridden and really in poor health at the time that they arrive on the Makah Nation territory. They're found, nursed back to health, and then in all of the ways that I've seen it talked about, and I would love to hear people's perspectives on this if you're so inclined later in the Q&A, it's always talked about as though they were enslaved, right, by the Makah. And I think that there's some challenge to thinking about enslavement in the United States as something other than racial chattel slavery of the South. And we don't want to collapse or flatten indigenous traditions of pulling people into community, having place for people who join your community, even if, yes, you are indentured, yes, you are beholden in some way, but it is a different thing than racial chattel slavery. And so I've felt some kind of way, to use a colloquialism, about calling it slavery, but every source I have found calls it slavery. Or they delicately dance around it and don't ever say that part. And I don't want to participate in the erasure, so I think that's important. We have here the Makah Nation territory, so that's where they arrive. They're found by Makah seal hunters. And then the 3 Kichis, once they're rescued, they start to be called the 3 Kichis because their names are Iwakichi, Kyukichi, and Otokichi. And it's just a lot easier to say the 3 Kichis in English. And so they were referring to them as a unit. And what was really interesting is that the minute that all of the fur trading Hudson Bay people, all of the fur traders, were attuned to hearing that there had been some perhaps Chinese people that arrived on the shores, people in the US didn't know what Japanese people looked like, right? And so they're curious about this and they want to find them. And then once they do, they realize this could be their chance to open Japan to Western trade. This could be the way to open Japan by returning their citizens. It's naive if you actually know the history, but this is what the US and the UK were thinking about at this time. And so they decide to rescue him and together to bring them back to Japan. And so this is a map, it's in Japanese, but it's a map that shows the convoluted route that they took home. And they head to, so here's Makah territory, and they go to Hawaii, and then they go down here somehow and then go to London. And then from London, they go to Macau, and from Macau, they go to Japan. And then when they're denied entry, because they had left, they go back to Macau. And we can actually follow Otokichi's life from birth to death, from that little peninsula in Japan called Chitagun, and we can follow him all the way until his death in Singapore. There's some evidence to suggest that at a certain point, he intentionally tries to represent himself as Chinese to get back into Japan on one of the boats, because China was allowed to trade with Japan, but that didn't happen. So, now I want to turn to thinking about Ronald McDonald, the Chinook castaway, and the first English teacher in Japan. So, Ronald McDonald, here's a sketch from a daguerreotype from 1853. He's born here at the mouth of the Columbia River to a Scotsman who was chief factor for the fur trading company, and the daughter of a leader who I'm going to talk about more in a minute. Let me make sure I know what my next slides are. Okay, yes. So as part and parcel of creating kin in a moment when you have an influx of Europeans coming to engage in the fur trade, many people would create families, right? Native nations would take people in, people would be married, and often people would try to make sure that they were marrying into the elite of a community. And so in this case, Ronald McDonald's father, Archibald McDonald, who spells the last name differently in case you ever are looking this up, there's no A for him for some reason, ends up marrying Koleazoa, who was the daughter of Lower Chinook chief Kumkumli, who was an important leader in that era. And shortly after Ronald McDonald's birth, his mother passes away, and so he's raised by his aunt Kumkum for some time, and his father takes a trip, leaves Ronald McDonald with his native family, takes a trip over to Fort Garry or Winnipeg, right? Here where the Red River is. And this, of course, is particularly interesting to me because this is also where my family's from. And so I started thinking, wait a minute, they're going to Red River. What is happening over there? Because Turtle Mountain Indian Reservation is not too far there. It doesn't have my usual landmarks, so hopefully I've gestured to the right place. Point being that while he is in the Red River region, he finds a Métis woman to take as his next wife. And then they go back to Columbia, and to the Columbia River region, and she raises Ronald as one of her sons. And then later in his life, he is educated by the same man who ends up trying to teach the three Kichis. So just to pull it back to let you see how it does come back together. And apparently, he actually left that school just months before the three Kichis arrived as castaways on the shore of Makah Nation. And he leaves because his father wanted him to have an elite education, right, to make something of himself. And so he and his brother were sent back to the Red River region to be educated in the schools there where other fur traders' children were being educated. So here he was, this Chinook man, and he has heard about the castaways. Now, there are some historical questioning that happens about did they ever meet? Could they possibly have met? No, they couldn't possibly have met. The fact of the matter is it was newsworthy enough and word traveled and it had been his teacher, and somehow he got it in his head that he wanted to try to enter Japan. I have a hard time thinking that's a coincidence. So our Chinook castaway intentionally shipwrecks himself off the coast of two tiny islands in Ainu territory. He's found by Ainu people, and I do think that the three Kichis were an inspiration for him. So he manages to convince the whaling ship that he's working with to give him a little tiny dinghy and leave him at sea not too far from the island. So he's not really a castaway. He plans on presenting himself as a castaway so that everybody is like, what? He's not castaway. You know, not that he comes in intentionally, but somehow he manages to bring a lot of English textbooks with him. Magic? I don't know. And in the castawayness experience, he doesn't lose them? I don't know. But so he's found by an Ainu community. He lives with them for 10 days. And I can't help but imagine what that was like. They're, of course, not speaking the same language, but of course they're making meaning and having communication and experiencing one another in ways that I think would have been quite impressionable. So once he has lived with them for some days, he's turned over to the samurai at Matsumae, which is at the very tip of, it looks a little bit like Italy's boot, the bottom of that top island. Matsumae is there, and that was a samurai stronghold in Hokkaido. And then he's transferred down to Nagasaki, which is down here where the other arrow is, to a small island called Deshima, which was the only place that this was the only place that Dutch traders were allowed to conduct. It was a man-made island, and no one was allowed in or out except for trade. So it was highly regulated, and this is one of the ways that Japan managed to keep out foreign influence. So once he's down there in Deshima, they make him stomp on a picture of Mary and Joseph and baby Jesus to show that he is not Christian. He was Protestant, so he's like, yeah, no problem. Right? And then they have him, they start realizing he's not their usual castaway. He's not a sailor that's, gonna go get drunk and whatever, right, as it was in their experience. Instead, this is someone who's presenting himself as educated. He starts teaching English and ends up teaching English to one of the people that manages to translate for Commodore Perry in 1853. Why don't we know? That it's a native man's efforts that allowed Commodore Perry to have that communication. Right? Instead, we get kind of force-fed a story of this magic white man who does everything all by himself, right? Even though there are all these really interesting inter-imperial intimacies all around that are kind of helping to shape this story. And then, so both of these things happen in the Oregon country, and so I wanted to make clear how close together, but where Ronald McDonald's birthplace was at Fort Astoria, and then up where the Three Kichis land on the Olympic Peninsula. And let's see. Oh, I'm also supposed to tell you that they often called Koleazoa's mother, so Ronald McDonald's grandfather, they called him a king, King Kankamli, and he had met Lewis and Clark and had stories written about him by Washington Irving. So this being said, the story of the Three Kichis also was heavily influential in Japan and their attempts to create a national theater. Because one of the things that Japan does when it realizes it's going to have to open to the West is they want to be very careful not to allow any one Euro-American nation to gain a foothold that could take over, right? They have seen what has happened across Asia. They know that when they closed to the outside world, there was no such thing as, the United States of America. They know that now, once they're open, here's a country, and they have stories that tell them that there were people there before the Americans got there. And we know this in part because when the Japanese are looking for people to help them modernize as quickly as possible, they go to different nations for different things, right? One strategic way to keep from having one nation take over, right? And they come to the United States for opening new lands. They want help taking over Hokkaido, the Ainu territory. And so that is what the US ends up doing. But while they're doing this and finding the experts, they have sent all of these expeditions to go out and engage in Western learning. And they wanted to modernize as quickly as possible and be on league with Europe and America. And so they saw on their trips, they were always taken to like fancy theater venues and operas and these sorts of things, and they saw the value of having a national theater as a way to bring other people visiting your country. You could bring them there, teach them about your country. And it became a pet project of a very small number of Japanese playwrights. And actually, the man who becomes the first prime minister of Japan, he also has a role in this. They're deciding that they want to update the play form of kabuki for a more elite audience. Because kabuki, unlike No, which was a very refined form of Japanese theater, Kabuki was understood to be like the people's theater, right? And one of the ways that people knew about the new plays that were coming out were all of these kinds of woodblock prints, and they would show, it tells you the name of the character and then the name of the actor who plays them, and each of the cartouches you'll see here and there and there, and so it tells you about this. And they take quite a lot of liberties with the Three Kichis story, and basically it's just the idea of castawayness and the macaw that stay with them into the actual kabuki. But this is one of 3 Western-style kabukis that they create as part of this attempt to create a national Japanese theater. And this one's a flop. This one is a flop, and so I'm thrilled that we have evidence of the kind of images that get portrayed, because here we see that they have taken a number of liberties. So, inspired in part by the story of the Three Kichis, this kabuki play was written by playwright Kawatake Mokuami in 1879, and the story is wide-ranging and complicated, not unlike my talk. That includes visits to the consulate of San Francisco, travels across the US by train, surviving an Indian attack on said train, so you can see a little bit in the background that there's a train and train tracks. And then traveling to London and Paris to see an opera. Okay? And it was an attempt to modernize, as I said, by blending kabuki with conventions of Western theater, right? So my idea of inter-imperial theater then became even more applicable once I understood why this kabuki play was being created in the first place. Now, of course, representations of Native people here are terrible. We know this. But it's also interesting that this is not the first image of Native people in Japan. There are other woodblock prints. I can tell you about it another time. But it's very clear that they had taken aspects of the Three Kichis story to create the kabuki in the first place. And I'm going to wrap up with my conversation about the 1904 St. Louis Exposition, because the Ainu people are, quote unquote, on display at the 1904 St. Louis Exposition. And when I wrote my article that I'm kind of gesturing to here, and I'm re-envisioning as part of my inter-imperial theater, because I think that there's a compelling way to think about World's Fairs as also inter-imperial theater. And when I was first started this work, everything would always say things like, oh, isn't it terrible? It was like a human zoo. Native people were on display. And I'm like, well, yeah, but they're also real people having real experiences, so why don't we know more about that? And it wasn't until I found this photograph over here that I started to say, okay, there's something here, let me follow it through. And so in this image, this was the image that Emily Burns was sharing with us, talking about Santukno Hiramura, who's one of the Japanese women who goes to the 1904 St. Louis Exposition. And this is Lorenza, who is a Tazoneca or Patagonian woman, and her dog Kick. Now, we know their names because they're written on the negative, right? But in many places that it ends up getting published, it's always like, isn't it a pity we'll never know what these 2 unnamed women were talking about? Maybe it was about child rearing. Really? I think Santukno looks pretty interested in that dog, and actually dogs are really important parts of Ainu communities traditionally, right? And they were not allowed to bring their dogs. They had to leave those members of their community home, even as the people who were designing the fair wanted it to be as authentic as possible, right? So they didn't get to bring their dogs. Again, thinking relationally, they were only allowed to bring their human family, right? I also find this particular image important in part because you can see the little girl. It's my understanding that she's doing an Ainu dance of welcome here, and you can kind of see that the photo has captured her hand movements. And because this is shortly after their arrival, and you see that the 2 young Japanese men, their beards are very short. Well, when they first got there, they had no beards at all, because in Japan, those kinds of outside visual markers of Ainu-ness were outlawed. But when they come to the fair, and they're seeing, look, there's all these other indigenous people here. Maybe we're in a place where our culture is valued, right? It doesn't have to be that they only understood it through what the Americans wanted them to understand, right? How are they making meaning of this experience? And I see it as a point of kind of a burgeoning Ainu pride, that they start growing their beards back because they're looking around and seeing that everyone else's traditions are being adequately represented. It may also be that they were pressured to have their beards grow out so they would look more authentically Ainu. And so I've provided you with their names here. And one of the reasons we have this photograph, or perhaps the reason we have that photograph, the candid photograph, is because there was a woman photographer who was not provided with the credentials that the male photographers were provided with that would have allowed her to go to where they were doing the staged images of people. And in that instance, she decided she would go and find some candid shots. So we actually get images of people having real interactions that are captured surreptitiously, and this means quite a lot. And so I will close by just sharing that by focusing on the experiences of the indigenous Ainu people brought to St. Louis, Missouri in 1904 for the exhibition at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, this paper shifts the gaze away from conventional considerations of fair visitors' impressions of the indigenous peoples encountered at the fair and towards the transnational indigenous interactions occurring despite the goals of such inter-imperial theater. Approached this way, the transnational indigenous interactions at the fair allow for a reevaluation of what that means. And when we take into consideration that the Chinook castaway intentionally shipwrecked himself off the coast of indigenous territory, right? And then you have the other castaways arrive in indigenous territory. This is a kind of trans-Pacific Wests that I think is really fascinating, and I'm excited to learn more about it, but I really need to finish the book, so we're gonna stop with the two castaways and just end by saying, in conclusion, by considering these narratives in concert rather than as isolated curiosities, as they're often framed, we can link the experiences of history's castaways, instantiations of inter-imperial theater and transnational indigenous exchange, which is what I call when you see Native people interacting in this way, and meaning-making that exceed the conditions of possibility that nation-states aim to curtail, limit, and control. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was wondering what got you interested in this research initially. Like, what started this journey?
Oh my goodness, that's a great question actually. So I was an undergraduate and I had had my interest piqued in Japan because my dad, when I was 15, had a work trip and they asked my mom, they invited my mom, but she didn't fly. So he said, hey, do you want to come? And I was like, why not, right? And had just the most transformational experience. I could not read, I could not write, I could not communicate in any ways other than ungraceful pantomime. And decided I wanted to learn more about Japan. And of course, was also interested in Native studies as a Native kid, but I didn't want to go to Dartmouth. So long story short, I went to UMass Amherst, studied Japanese, and it was in my junior year, beginning of my senior year, I was asked by the honors thesis advisor whether, what I was writing my honors thesis about. And I was like, well, what I want to write about doesn't exist. She was like, what is it? And I was like, well, it would be something that joins Japan and Native people. She was like, I bet you that you can find something in a week, and if you can't, you're off the hook. And I was like, you're on. And then was like, what did I just agree to? And found myself in the archives, and was just reading books, and came across a reference to the Ainu and realized, as a Native student, I was 3/4 of the way through a degree in Japanese language and literature and had never heard of Ainu people. And I knew that story, right? So that's what got me interested, and then I was gifted a different woodblock print image that looks like a native person on horseback, and was like, oh, must know more.
Fascinating. I'm glad your mom didn't want to fly so that you got the opportunity
Me
to go over
too.
to Japan.
Thanks, Mama.
This question says, is the paradox of the castaway as an anchor methodologically productive?
This was my first time using it that way. Was it productive? I mean, I'm hoping so. It's also ironic to say anchor for castaways, right?
Yeah.
But
And is it insistent on a non-fixity?
it is insistent on a non-fixity, which I think is incredibly important, and that's part of the way that thinking about time and periodization and expanding the way that we do that and not limiting it to the goals of nation states allows us to see these different connections that have just been overwritten, even though they're evident and make it possible for the US to open Japan to trade with Commodore Perry.
The next one on this card says, are there macaw stories about the three Kichi?
There are macaw stories about the three Kichis, and in fact, in 2014, some Japanese Boy Scouts brought a replica of the boat that the three Kichis came in. It had the mast, though, and a rudder. And they brought it and gifted it to the Macaw Nation Museum. So it's on display in their museum as part of their history, too. And they were not particularly keen on allowing the three Kichis to be taken away by the English and Americans, so they were rewarded handsomely to do so. So yes, it's definitely part of stories.
Do we see that in any art?
Oh, that's a good question. That I have not looked into.
Okay.
I would love to, but I have to turn this in September. This is September. It's like a 6 hard deadline. But that should be, oh. Yes, that will be a follow-up article. There we go.
Awesome. This question is, did MacDonald think he'd have easier access via the Ainu lands as opposed to Japanese lands?
Yes.
Was he trying to have transnational indigenous exchange?
Oh, so it's unclear to me whether he knew actually that there were indigenous peoples there, and that influenced his desire to go there, but I do believe it's the case. It's too much of a coincidence for my mind. And what he did know for sure was that was not yet totally Japanese territory, and that even though there were outposts and garrisons and samurai up there, that he probably would be able to at least be there for a little while before he got deported or, God forbid, killed. So.
Thank you. We'll conclude with this question. How do you consider the Ainu perspectives in this work, working with living peoples, with having people working together? So the last photograph.
Absolutely. And so this is part of the kind of conclusion of my book, is bringing it into the present day and really recognizing the relationships that indigenous populations have been having. And I'm working with my colleague, Chiesa Kakibara, who I hope she has said she was going to be here on the internet. So hi, Chie-sama, if you're here. And we've been working together on a project where we're planning on, we've been asked to work with an Ainu community to bridge and make connections with other indigenous communities, contemporary indigenous communities, and so we're looking specifically at joining the work that Chie has been doing in Inuit country with the Ainu folks, and then the ultimate goal is to have it be bigger and broader, but that's the first step. So.
Great.
Thank
I'm
you
excited
so much.
to read your future work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Danica, and to our audience. Thank you, Megan, for moderating. Thank you to those watching online for such a thoughtful day and for joining us for these 4 talks. I have scribbled down some notes of synergies across them that I'll share with you briefly, and then we'll migrate over to the Russell Center for a reception so that you'll have some time. We didn't get to all the questions we received for some of the talks, so please approach the speaker if we didn't get to your question, and really happy to talk further. In the theme of transnational Wests that we started with today, we talked about the kind of sort of unfixity of the idea of a rhizome as a model for understanding relationships that are happening in different directions simultaneously and across communities and across nations. And I think that all four of the talks that we heard today get at those concepts in fascinatingly interwoven ways. We see the specter and also the visible force of imperialism, kind of shared conversations about settler colonialism, not only in the US context, but also in North Africa, also in Japan. And then we also see the counters to those forces, the ways in which those attempts to kind of commandeer and to control can be countered in subtle ways and also in overt ways. And I think for me, this is something that's really exciting about the field of art history as a discipline and visual culture studies as a discipline, that it enables us access to a kind of uneasy space where we can see how complicated these relationships are. We can see multiple positionalities and perspectives and spaces for agency, intervention, and also insistence on sovereignty, even in the face of the imperial global program. I also was really interested to draw on Danica's discussion of radical relationality. I started to think about a cultural geography concept that I've pulled in some of my writings from Tim Cresswell called Constellations of Mobility. And what I had liked about that concept was that, kind of like the rhizome, it is offering us a space for dialogues and movements and the kinds of slippages of not only space and place and whether we're in a fictive environment or a real environment, but also some of those temporal gaps that we were talking about. And so I'm now interested to dig into kind of inter-imperiality and radical relationality to think about sort of where the synergies are, but also perhaps departures within those ideological frameworks. And so, again, I hope that you've all come away with a strong sense that as it's circulating and kind of being refigured and taken up in international contexts and transnational settings, the American West is this kind of fluid and fungible concept that is getting taken up for a whole variety and suite of purposes on the macro scale and also on the micro scale. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Look forward to more conversations at the Russell Center at the reception. Thank you.